Welcome to DAX Machina. Join us as we explore the mysteries of this world. Cryptids, monsters, macabre tales, and horror stories abound. Could they be true? Are monsters real?
Good evening, folks, and thank you for joining us for another edition of DAX Machina. Joining me are my usual partners in crime, Anthony Pitbull Canatella and Steve Wildman Monrotis, and we have got a couple of awesome guests tonight. We're going to be talking about some really creepy crap that's going out on the West Coast, specifically Bigfoot, Dogman, and Gugwe related. Shane Michael Crisp and Sean Patterson, both from the West Coast Dogman Project. They've also got their hands in a few other pies along the West Coast, and I am super excited to have them here tonight. Guys, go ahead and introduce yourselves. Tell us a little bit about you, and we'll just jump right into this.
Sean, you can go first, brother.
All right. I'm a disabled veteran. I do a lot of this out of my own kind of free time. I got out in 2016. Got through most college before, I kind of had a PTSD relapse, and I didn't know it worked that way. But then I kind of got into this as kind of like an escape where I could kind of get out and do it. But yeah, sorry.
Dude, I completely understand. I'm in the same boat. Long story. I mean, we could swap stories off the air sometime, but yeah, I know. I 100% understand. Believe me. Shane, brother, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I got into the cryptid world probably about 8 months ago. Started my own page about 6 months ago. I'm 31, living in California. The Dogman phenomenon just took 100%, grasped my enthusiasm, and I've always believed in UFOs and Sasquatch. And a buddy, an ex-coworker of mine, told me about Dogman, and I was skeptical because the name just sounds funny. And so, we started listening to a few of Vic Cundiff's podcasts and started getting me more like, hey, so werewolves really do exist, but they just don't shapeshift. So, so we started getting there. And then around December, I created West Coast Dogman Project and the only way to get answers is getting boots on the ground. Exactly. And that's how I've felt. And here we are 6 months into it. And I think I've got some credible stuff. And I post pictures, not saying it's Dogman 100%, unless I had the encounter. Right. But I've seen some tree structures up near Shaver Lake and some dens that just blew my mind. I don't know if they're Dogman or Sasquatch related. I really I feel like the only answers I'm going to get is if I get out there and do the research, because I can look on YouTube all day or see other people's pictures and stuff. But I kind of want to have that encounter myself just so I can prove the existence to myself that these things do exist. And I do believe they do. I just want to have that encounter and, do that, my own research and prove to myself that these exist.
Just be careful, because not all of the encounters are peaceful.
No, I know. That's the thing. I live life. You only get one. But, hey, if I go out and end up on David Pilates 411, I went out doing what I enjoyed.
All you got to do is search Beast of LBL to know that story doesn't always end well.
Oh, I know. I hope I don't end up like that.
Well, Sean, what really got you into cryptids in the first place?
I've always liked monsters, and even Sasquatch when I was younger. Seen the Patterson Gimlin film, just seen what pretty much anyone else has seen. Then I had kids, got in the military, and, to kind of put that on the shelf. And once I kind of went through what I went through, I got back into it. But going out and actually doing it completely, like, kind of 360'd a lot of my views on it. And a lot of what I go off of, for me anyway, is gut instinct, and that always seems to be what it pans out to be successful if you're trying to communicate with them. Because again, let me start. There's this place that I had in my mind prior, and it's always been in some place that I've always wanted to go. And life gets in the way. You never have time. This is around Black Star Canyon, if you know where that is offhand.
Not off the top of my head. I'm not familiar with California much.
Well, it's in Shane might know, but Anyway, like there was a specific spot that I felt like I was like compelled to go, and I took my dogs and everything, and it was just, just something was really peaceful about it. Something was kind of surreal. It felt like I almost had a subconscious voice in the back of my head. A lot of people say mind speak and like words in your head and shit. I've really never experienced that. For me, if I've been communicated with, it's subconscious or it's visual imagery, or it might be a phrase of one thing with my wordage of like, it would be your voice in your head. But, and then, so I get led to all these, what I think interesting places are, and, it's cool. And then I start looking through the photos and like, what am I seeing? And then I contact my buddy, I don't know, Mike from Long Island Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good friends with him, and he's pretty much my big mentor and everything. And everything he said has turned out to be true within my experience with dealing with these beings. But let's say, for instance, he has his relationship with Sasquatch. Like, I kind of have that, but what leans to me more, like, usually the cryptids that are more scary, the monster type. And it's as if you get tagged. It's as if you get tagged everywhere you go. But sorry, I'll go back to the story. So as I'm going through this with Mike, he starts telling me like, yeah, that's them communicating with you. Go with your gut. Go with this. And I really, I got a lot of pictures of Sasquatch the first time that I went around the first day. But it was just kind of more like a light tour of the place. But on the second time, I can't tell you if it was in the same week or the next, but it was pretty close together within that month. And it was a peaceful pull, but there's definitely more power to it and a little bit more of an edge to the energy that I was getting through. And it took me to I'm sorry I didn't give you these photos, but it took me to multiple areas that I thought were nesting sites, stuff way out of the way, structures built by them, taking pictures also, like I would find them on, it kind of brought me into these really back areas. But there was like this special spot where I just kind of like felt like where I had to take a picture, and I remember exactly where it was because I went back later like that day, and there was numerous like what I think were dogmen on it, but Hades, like you've seen the picture, it like was very clear and it was very close, and I just felt like there's been like some subconscious connection for a while, even before this, I think, as crazy as it sounds. And I'm seeing a lot of veterans, like it's like veterans who've been through shit, like be touched by these creatures or these beings or whatever. Sasquatch as well. Like there's more of an interest, like they take almost. This is my personal experience. So anyway, I realized it just kind of like stuff started just clicking at that time after I saw Hades for the first time in that photograph. Like stuff started clicking, stuff started making more sense. I started seeing more. They started interacting with me more. But my approach is like I go in like I don't give a shit like about the fame or any of that. They're barf. Not one of those people, but honestly didn't really want to share anything, but it's just like I really feel like they're wanting me to, as crazy as that sounds. I feel like there's like I keep coming to the conclusion that they want me to share this.
Yeah.
Because the only reason why I catch them in any of the pictures is because they let me catch them. There's no like special trick or anything. It's all 100% on them. I'm nobody special out there. I know my limitations, and it's not hating on myself, but I know like I've had like good old boyfriends and know how hardcore like woodsmen can be, like in tracking and shit, and like that's like another language. Like I don't know any of that.
So it's more like is it like a therapy for you then?
In a way, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's at the end of the day, it's just going out and enjoying the day. That's the most important thing. And for me with them, it's a friendship, like a relationship.
Right.
Like I don't want anything to pervert it. I don't want to put up game cameras, videos and pictures are a very, very small part of my research. It's like 10%. If that, a lot of it is me just playing with the dogs, me doing like deep meditation out there, and they respond to that. But again, I go with my gut on this. And if I felt anything that was dangerous or bad, I would never bring like my dogs out there. Like if I knew there was like even like bears out there, like something like common like that for like dangerous to my dogs, I wouldn't go out there with my dogs. But like off leash anyway. But like we kind of like go free, and I've never had negative experiences. It seems like the relationship with my dogs is closer than the ones that I have with them. Like oftentimes if I let them loose and stuff, I'll hear shit up ahead. Like I'll hear grunting or like clacking teeth or just whistles, sweet shit. Nothing like too crazy, like a big scream or anything, or a giant roar or howl, but you could almost like, it almost feels like there's like a group of them in there. Like that's kind of how the sound is.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Shane, what about you? What got you first got you into it?
Like I said earlier, my buddy Andrew Zamora got me into the Dogman, and I've always, like I said, had an interest in Sasquatch and aliens, UFOs, UAPs, whatever they go by nowadays. But yeah, so that's, I think last year I kind of just dove, I'd say August of last year is when I really started researching Dogman. I just went online and Googled whatever I could find, and it just wasn't enough answers. I kept getting Pinterest werewolf pictures and wasn't enough. And so I was like, well, if these things really do exist, I mean, why isn't there any clear photographs? And that's when I came across Paul Chafin with the Kentucky Dogman Project. Clearest photos I've seen to this day. And I kept picking his brain, like, how do you find these things? He's like, dude, they hide out in the tree line. They observe us like we're interesting to them. And I was just blown away with what he had. And I was floating one of his photos around online, all these various Dogman pages. And I was just, getting feedback. And then I posted on his page. He's like, oh yeah, that's one of my photos from last year. And he proved it to me, and he posted the original. So I was like, okay, I wanted to start my own Dogman page and mold it after what he did. I felt like, if they're out here, and I've watched many YouTube videos, how the Dogmen migrated out towards California, and that spiked my interest. So I started listening to Vic Cundiff's podcasts like religiously, at least 2 to 3 episodes a day. And whatever encounters happened in California, I was writing them down on a cheat sheet and, wanting to go out to these areas to just put boots on the ground investigation, my own eyes out there, see if I could see anything. I've only been probably about 5 or 6 times in the last few months. Up in Shaver Lake, California, there was recent sightings. I don't know if they're alleged. They're alleged, yes, but I don't know how true they are. So I was like, hey, let's go up there. I know that's Sasquatch country. And I've done extensive research up there in the last month of May. I think we went up 3 times, and I think are some tree structures. I know Sasquatch is really heavy in that area. And when my wife and I were out researching about 2 weeks ago is when I think we were jumping off an old OHV trail, climbing over big old cedar trees that were downed. And so it was abandoned. It hasn't been active in probably 3-4 years. I don't know how long, but we started climbing, and she started getting a weird feeling saying, hey, I just lost cell service. We need to turn around. I was like, all right. And I was like, okay, it's 5 o'clock. So before the sun goes down, I don't want nothing trying to, pick us apart, ending up on the 411. So I happened to look down and I saw something, and it was just the one print, and it blew my mind. So I wish I would have had my tape measure with me. I didn't. Unfortunately, I left it at home. Yeah, that's the one right there. So I took my Winchester knife off my hip and tried to use it as a comparison. And then I tried using a few apps. And if you look at the bottom where the tip of the knife is, go to the right. I measured from there to the tip of what looks like a print at the very top, like where the nail's at, and it measured 13 inches. And then I go back after I got home and was reviewing the photo, and I realized the heel's more where the Winchester logo's at. And I'm just like, that's a 4-point. It looks very canine. And I only saw the one. I looked in the whole area. I jumped up like a cheerleader in high school, thinking, I think I found something.
Yeah, definitely.
My gut was telling me it was Dogman, but with all this, you have to keep an open mind. It could have been a mountain lion, or it could have been anything. After going back and looking at bear prints and all that, bear prints have 5 toes, I think.
Oh yeah.
And I saw that was 4. That looked very canine, especially if you look at the left and the right dew claw, or where the dew claws would possibly be, like it pushed off. And so I started floating that around to other people. There's a buddy of mine, I won't say his identity just because he doesn't do social media, but he's down in Santa Barbara area, and I confided him with all my pictures, and he says this looks like a very large canine track. And I know wolves were eradicated. I started researching in California in the 20s, I believe. They, people were picking them apart left and right because of livestock and whatnot. So I know in this area alone, there's no wolves. That's where the picture to me just is. It just blows my mind. I don't know if it was a Dogman, did it leap off 1 foot into a tree, or did it? That's where the question of portals, and did it leap off into a portal? And I was talking to my buddy, and he was telling me, he's like, he's got prints of Dogman and the Sasquatch, but it's always the right foot that's always casted. So I don't know. It kind of opened up, but it makes me want to go in the area more and go deeper into the woods. So, I've been researching for 6 months, and Sean's a good buddy of mine, and he shares his evidence on the multiple pages I've created just recently. So, but the Dogman one's my main one. I really focus on the West Coast.
Well, that print certainly, to me, seems compelling because from what I've seen from some of the casts that were collected by the NADP, one of the telltale signs of a Dogman print is the slightly elongated heel pad, and that definitely looks like what you've got there.
That's what I thought too, and I looked at a lot of Jody Cook's pictures and researched the NADP as a proud member of them out here in Region 1. Dev Rooney even said that it looks like a large canine print. So
it definitely looks canine.
Yes, and that's to me is I guess you could say my most compelling photo. Like I said, I post a lot of what I see, shadows in the tree lines. I don't know if they're all Dogmen, but it could be pareidolia. But a buddy of mine taught me how to look for them, and so what to look for, and that's the thing. I never claim it's Dogmen. That's right. One thing I try to do is, but to try to prove the existence of these creatures, that's what we're trying to do. What I'm trying to do at West Coast, but also as a proud member of the NADP, you've taught me a few things like, hey, how to bag it, how to write down everything in your journal. So I'm waiting I was almost going to send you some scat that I found on a recent one, but I was like, I'm not, my wife, first of all, was like, we're not transporting bear crap in my car. Well, we didn't know what it was. It was a large turd that we found. And so I'm breaking it apart with a stick, sniffing it like a weirdo. But
my wife already thinks I get weird stuff in the mail.
Yeah, I know. So she was like, no, we're not doing that. And I was like, well, but it could be a Dogman turd if all I know. This could be compelling. But after I started Googling it, and where we had cell service is only about 50 yards behind the tree line out in the meadow. And I Googled deer scat, and I'm like, okay, it doesn't match up. Well, I started Googling bear scat, and it linked up. And she's like, we need to hightail out of this area because it was fresh. I was like, I think there's black bears in the area, but I don't think they would be anything. But like you say, you always got to be on edge.
Oh, absolutely.
Probably wouldn't have been the strangest thing the DA ever received in the mail, but
I don't think it needs to be in the top 5.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say a real quick thank you to Tanya Willis for the super chat. That is awesome. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks, Tanya.
I see Ryan's on. Heck yeah. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, brother?
Trying to catch up with all the comments. I got way behind.
Northwoods is back in full fashion.
Oh, you've got to get, wouldn't be a show without Northwood saying something about.
I almost, when he joined, sent out a message to give my love to his ex-wife, but I'm like, no, I'm not going to provoke him.
Monster Radio has a good point. He says, I think we need to start paying attention to the clicking sounds Dogman makes sometimes. If it isn't communication based, it could be a type of echolocation. Or it could simply be very similar to the way Bigfoot uses tree knocks. I mean, clicking noises, especially if it's the right pitch, will carry pretty far.
I've also been talking to a few other researchers, and they say dogmen use infrasound, and then people start feeling sick and like delirious. I don't know how true that is. I hear Sasquatch use that too. I don't know how they do it, if it's.
John Doe actually brought up another point I was going to bring up. In a lot of dogman encounter sightings I found, in a few I've talked to, they talked about it approaching on all fours, and then before it stood up, they would hear a popping or a clicking sound. And I think he said I would assume the clicking sound is their bone structure snapping into proper place for bipedal quadrupedal locomotion. I've been saying that for a while. I think their hands, I think they can change the morphology of their hands to run on all fours like paws, but then basically distend them to stand up and use them like hands.
Snapping into place, huh?
And that would also explain why, if one was killed, the default mode might be paws, and they just think it's an overly large wolf.
Yeah, I hear that the dogmen have more of the raccoon hand, right?
Yeah, that's what I've heard too. They've got the like the extra, almost looks like an extra knuckle.
Yeah, like a hand with elongated claws, 2 to 3 inches. What in a lot of the research I've been doing, and that's what they all say. They have the long nails and the human-like or raccoon-like hands.
Mm-hmm. Well, even Tim Kumbo Baker was saying that the hands were very much like raccoons.
Yes. I was just watching one of his interviews the other day, and very credible researcher.
Oh, yeah. He's kind of the OG of the field.
Yeah, definitely. And he's going to be out there on August 13th at the Dogman Convention with you guys, isn't he?
I'm going to try to see if I can get him for our show. Thus far, I haven't had a whole lot of luck, but I'm going to keep trying.
He's elusive, like the Dogman.
John Doe says, most complex higher order animals can use some variety of infrasound. Whales use it, tigers use it, lions use it, elephants use it. There are a number of animals in fact, there's even been a reference to great apes possibly even using it. Another thing that I found interesting about the descriptions of great apes is how they would say under different lighting conditions, their fur almost seemed to change color, which to me would be a very good blending adaptation. Which, if you look at some of the research that's being done, like the guys from over at Sawdust Beast or Bigfoot Odyssey, they talked about the hairs having clear shafts. Even Doug Hychek talked about the hairs having clear shafts, and those clear shafted hairs will pick up and refract the light around them. And I think that could very well be a physical explanation for what everybody refers to as cloaking.
Definitely,
but that's my opinion. I mean, I'm just some schmuck with a funny hat.
No, you're good, brother. No, I've heard and read that theory plenty of times on a lot of different, from Sasquatch to Dogman. There's a video I posted up, West Coast Sasquatch Project, and I think Rocky Mountain Bigfoot posted it actually on their website. And you clearly see the wind's not blowing, but you see it looks cloaked, but you see like an outline of something moving in the tree, like in between the trees. And to me, it's probably the most credible evidence of a Sasquatch being cloaked. I can pull up that video and send it to you if you need me to.
Yeah, I'd like to check it out sometime.
Yeah, it's actually really compelling. I watched it like 5 times saying, is that, am I looking at something right? But clearly you see the outline of some primate looking creature, something very big moving along the trees. The wind's not blowing, so.
Yeah.
But I'll be sure to send that to you after the show.
Yeah, definitely want to check that out.
Okay.
Sean, what do you think?
Sorry, what?
What do you think? Do you think that it might be a natural adaptation, to explain the possible cloaking, or do you think they actually have a cloaking ability?
I think it's more than one answer. I think a lot of what is it with these beings is always more than one answer. Where like so subjugated to putting everything into like one little box or answer to this or that. And I think it's a mix of both. From
my only thing is that I'm not casting aspersions on anybody that's had a sighting, anybody that's collected evidence, talks about portals, cloaking, any of that. Because none of us know for sure. So I'm not going to, say that's impossible, that can't happen. But nowhere else in the animal kingdom does the ability to cloak or walk through portals exist. Every other animal that's ever been documented, when we lost its trail, is because it was very good at avoiding being found. Take, for example, the billy ape, which was recently discovered around the year 2000. The local natives have been talking about a species of killer ape, and everybody was like, no, that can't exist, until National Geographic found them. It's a gigantic version of a chimp that walks primarily on two legs and has been known to hunt and kill lions. They exist, but all we had was local in the Congo, the Billy region of the Congo. We had the natives that lived in that area. The only thing we had was their word that they exist. So Western science said, oh, no, they can't exist. We can't find them. And then suddenly we found them. And now they're like, oh, okay, yeah, those things exist. So I think it's, me personally, I think it's just something along those lines. I think we are looking at a creature that is a part of the natural world. And there is no other animal anywhere in the animal kingdom that can jump through portals or turn invisible.
I agree 100% with you, DA. I know Scott Carpenter had the famous trick of having the GoPro face behind him, and he does extensive research on Sasquatch. And on one of his videos I watched a few months ago, you clearly see that what looks like a portal, it looks like water almost, and you see some being that looks like a silver or albino-looking figure come out and cross over, and he goes back and rewinds it. And so, I mean, yeah, like you said, these things don't have the natural ability. No other animal in the animal kingdom can travel through portals or have the type of capability. So, and that's where I think, like with the government trying to keep them more silenced, I maybe like look at the whole UFO stuff. 20 years ago, you were considered they would crucify you, but now they're releasing more
territory.
Yeah, exactly. But look at in recent news, they're releasing UAP videos, phenomenon, everything. So maybe 10, 15, 20 years down the road, maybe they might be lighting up on Sasquatch and Dogman and Gugwe and all these other cryptids that are supposedly exist. So
well, there was a comment from Facebook user that says, unless the anomalies are alien and wolf or bear or ape, etc. And I'm not going to rule that possibility out. But it's been my experience. You can't explain a mystery with another mystery. Until we prove that this creature even exists. I'm in the firm category of what people refer to as knowers. I'm not a believer, I'm a knower. And because of firsthand experience. The thing is until we've proven to the world of science that these creatures actually exist, we can't ascribe to them supernatural abilities until we even prove they're here at all.
Now, do you believe it's covered up with the government? Do you think they're trying to cover them up if they do exist?
I think the government has been covering them up for a long time. One of the earliest known examples of a Bigfoot sighting ever recorded was with the account known as the Bauman story, recorded in Teddy Roosevelt's The Wilderness Hunter, the book he wrote. Now, considering the amount of detail and specific information that was in that story, I think that Bauman was actually Teddy Roosevelt. He had political aspirations. He didn't want to come forward with this wild man of the woods sighting because people would have thought he was crazy, and he still wanted to run for political office. So he ascribed it to another person and just put it in his book, The Wilderness Hunter. Now, if you accept that as a possibility, which I firmly believe that was actually Roosevelt. If you accept that as a possibility, flash forward, what's one of the first things Roosevelt did as president? He created the National Park Service, which cordoned off millions of acres of land, a good chunk of which we're still not allowed access to today.
Interesting. Didn't know that. I know his whole manifest destiny. I mean, I'm a big history buff myself, so good old Teddy Roosevelt.
Good old Teddy.
And
good old Teddy.
The DA's comment earlier, he's classifies himself as a knower, and I think that from conversation with Anthony, he's kind of in the same place. I'm kind of the agnostic of the group. I'm a biologist and a nurse. I really want to believe this stuff, but I need something more tangible than a blurry photo and word of mouth. And I can't help but apply like Occam's razor principle to this. What is more likely that you've got some kind of an evolution of a canine that can walk on two legs, or you've got some kind of a fifth great ape that we don't know about that or a Sasquatch. That I can buy. We're finding new species all the time. We're finding things that we've made extinct to come back. I find that more likely than we've got interdimensional travelers that have animal heads and are whopping into our world just to get a glimpse of us and run away. I mean, I don't know.
It does seem far stretched. I agree with you, Steve.
I'm not going to say that's impossible.
Oh, it's certainly possible.
I'm not going to say it's completely impossible. But if these creatures, and in a lot of cases with the missing 411 and firsthand accounts of them acting predatory and taking people out, if they are capable of that, if they were able to walk through portals, there would be absolutely nothing we could do to stop them.
Yeah, I prefer.
They would have taken us out a long time ago.
It used to be when you're thinking of the just being a natural phenomenon, just bring the typical American philosophy, bring a bigger, badder gun. Okay, well, if they go through portals, it doesn't matter how big your damn gun is.
Exactly. They could walk into your living room and take you out, and you wouldn't be able to do anything to stop them.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not going to be the guy that says any of what they refer to as the woo is impossible. And any sighting encounters that I get from people that have had experience with the woo, I take the sighting value seriously. I take the sighting for what it is, because I believe there's something that can be learned from all sightings, unless, of course, it's just somebody that completely made it up. But when you analyze sightings, even from ones that are considered into the woo, you can start noticing patterns of behavior. And I think that is what is going to allow us to predict not only the movements, but the locations of these creatures and what times of year they're going to be there, and give us the best chance for finding one.
Yeah, there's some theories floating around in the dogman community that I've talked to other researchers, and they say that dogmen are more active around springtime and fall. That's when the sightings are the most active. I don't know. Is that because do you think they hibernate, or? I mean, that's a theory that I've heard too. So I keep everything open I keep an open mind to everything. I write down every theory that I hear, and I don't say it's not true, because like I said, until like you said, they prove the existence of these things as flesh and blood, then we really don't know. We just go off of theories.
Yeah, I don't know anything that someone else doesn't know. I just keep an open mind and enjoy the experience. I don't let that shit bother me. To me, at the end of the day, it's going out, enjoying a walk with my dogs and getting out. It's like the main thing.
Well, I mean, as far as them appearing, in the spring and fall versus the summer or in the winter, I mean, just from living in Missouri my entire life, where, this time of year is 90 degrees and 90% humidity. Yeah, if I was covered head to toe in hair, it's going to be hot as balls in the middle of the summer. And in some of these environments they like to visit, or not visit per se, but live in, Pacific Northwest and Northern California, things like that. It's my understanding it's pretty damn cold there in the winter.
It snows and gets below negative, temperatures.
Yeah,
in Northern California, Southern California. We see guys where I'm at, where it's 52 degrees outside wearing 2 Carhartts. That's cold.
I think one of the possible explanations, and this is just my own personal theory on why we see and the same thing in Missouri, most of our reports are in spring and fall. I think the reason for that is that also coincides with your larger species of ungulates like deer, elk, and moose with their breeding and birthing cycles.
Or how much human food they can get off the area.
Exactly. I think being large predators, I think we're seeing them most active when the best hunting is.
And that's a really good theory right there, DA. I totally agree with that.
And during those times, that's when you're going to see deer close to town. You'll see them in people's gardens because they're fattening up to give birth. You're going to see these creatures coming closer to people because that's where the animals are. But during the rest of the time of year, your deer and your elk are in the deep woods, and that's generally where they stay.
Yeah, I've heard of recent sightings of Sasquatch and dogmen coming closer to the cities, going through people's trash cans. Now, do you think they're just venturing closer to us? Is the whole veil thinning? I don't know, but I think they're getting more desperate in the sightings of people. We're going more into their territory.
Maybe.
What was that?
More cameras.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and it could be that we're encroaching on them too.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
You know, we had a sighting not that long ago of a mountain lion in someone's backyard.
Yeah, here in town, and people are catching black bears on the Ring doorbells here in town.
Yeah.
Now, Springfield's not a small town by any means.
No, we're the third largest metropolitan area in Missouri. Something like 160,000 people.
And if you count the bedroom communities, it's closer to 250,000.
Wow.
So I mean, it's
granted, that's not squat compared to like LA or San Diego, but for this area, that's a pretty big place.
Well, yes, like you said, out there in Missouri, that's being the third biggest town. I mean, California is, I think, the most populated state in the region, or in the United States.
Right.
And it doesn't take anything more than looking at Google Maps of the Midwest. If you look at the Google Earth map, and not just like the lined map, the Google Earth color photo, where you actually see, the terrain. If you look at that, you will see literally hundreds of miles of unbroken forest. It's because the Mark Twain National Forest runs right into the Ozarks National Forest, which runs into the Ouachita Mountains. And the Ozark Mountains are extensive over the entire Ozark Plateau, running from St. Louis down to almost Louisiana into eastern Texas and Oklahoma, running right up against the Kiamichis and the Ouachita Mountains. That is a massive area where things could hide very easily. And again, with Springfield being the third largest metropolitan city in Missouri, and we're not that big a town, that leaves a lot of still wild forested areas,
untouched terrain. I know I read one of your recent books on the Ozark Howler. Is there a lot of sightings of that creature, or is it just more folklore?
The howler sightings date back the last couple hundred years in Missouri.
Yeah,
and it's rumored that Daniel Boone killed one. In fact, in his diary, it's listed that he killed one and had it stuffed and kept in his collection, but after he died, it disappeared. So there's Native American folklore, and there's been sightings within the last few years. In fact, there was a good sighting right down there on the end of Blunk Road about 3 years ago, which is what was the inspiration for Beast of Blunk Road.
I love your books, DA. I love how you incorporate your law enforcement background, but then on the bottom of the page, if there's a certain word, you break it down and abbreviate it. But everything like what you've told in recent episodes, what you've learned throughout the cryptid community, you incorporate the knowledge that you've learned into your books. Like right now I'm on chapter 5 of the Wolf Moon. I'm trying to read it as much as I can, but being a busy man living life and trying to do research. William Gray Eagle, man, what a stud.
Gray Eagle's a fun character to write too.
Yeah,
I've actually really enjoyed writing Apex Predator Dark Moon. There's going to be a life-changing event for Will Gray Eagle. We'll just put it that way.
Oh, wow. I'm curious to find out. I know I'm trying to get caught up on all my reading. So,
well, I'm glad you're enjoying the books, man. I do put a lot of research time. I do a lot of boots on the ground research and have for the last 40 years. Mm-hmm. The thing is every account, every person I've talked to, every eyewitness, that doesn't just go to me to learn more about the cryptids themselves. That's all research for my books as well. I try to make the behaviors in the books and base that on accounts of people, the way that their behaviors were described, including aggressive behaviors. So I try to incorporate all of that into my writing.
Yeah, I've noticed that, and I like Mike Blanchard. He's kind of like my little favorite character, other than
poor Mike. That poor guy.
Poor guy's seen more than he should. But that was a great story so far, and like I say, I enjoy reading them.
Yeah, I can relate to Mike. I haven't anything that traumatic happen to me, but that the one time I went boots on the ground with DA just to do research for a book, I had the shit scared out of me. So, he can.
That's all DA's turf. You do that, buddy.
I'll read the books and drink and cheer him on. Yeah.
Monster Radio says, I may need to pick your brain when it comes time to write my comic book. Dude, hit me up. Happy to help. That's one thing I always tell everybody when it comes to research, or if you needed help with if you're doing writing projects of your own, or anything I can help with, I am more than happy to help. And ask people that know me. That is not a blanket statement that I intend that I just throw out there. It is a fact. If you need help with something, if I can help, I will.
Definitely appreciate that.
Tanya Willis cracked me up. Says, "Oh man, DA, poor Will has already been through it over and over." Well, you're gonna need to read Dark Moon to see what happens next. John Doe says Mike is perpetually going through suffering. Builds character. Well, then Mike's got a lot of character. Sorry, guys.
They say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. He's already pretty badass.
Well, let me just throw a topic right out here, guys. I want to get both of you guys' opinions on this, because I know where my own research has led on the subject, and I know Monster Radio has already talked about. Looking forward to hearing your guys' opinions on it. Let's talk about the Gugwe.
Sean, I'll let you start, brother.
Do you have the pictures by any chance?
I couldn't get them to load. I was having a lot of problems with StreamYard getting to load pictures. Okay. So I've only got a few up.
Okay, no problem. There's a few in there. I had an experience where this is about like a year into like my experiences kind of dealing with these beings. Me and my daughters and my fiance got a Airbnb about 48 minutes outside of Yosemite, since we went there for like a family trip. And I walked around with my dogs and everything around the property. It was about 20 acres, like kind of secluded forest. And I just got like kind of a gut instinct to start doing like night walks during the night there. So I started walking around the forest at night, and I would like hear like brushing next to me. I got touched like I think a couple times, as far as not physically like by hand, but they did brush up against me, and it sounded like this is again this is pretty thick forest. The shrubbery is pretty thick too, and it's night, and they get a lot more confident at night. It sounded like an elephant running by me. Like I just went to the San Diego Wild Animal Park, and like I still stand by that. I'm not saying it's anywhere near the size of an elephant, but it's just like it felt like I've had cows and steer ran past me and stuff, and it still felt like it could have been at the moment, but it still felt bigger than that. And then I had a couple of pictures that I was going through on like some time off, like when I wasn't watching my kids, I was relaxing watching TV, and then I saw what I think was the Gugwe picture. But as odd as it sounds, I think and I don't say this in a woo sense, but I think it's been proven that we can kind of implement thoughts in others, not necessarily psychic, but I think their sixth sense can kind of tap into yours. It's not necessarily a word for word, like go here and rub the magic lamp kind of bullshit, but it's like there might be like an image of like the woods at night or something like that, or there might be like a big urge to go out there. And so like I kept doing that, and on like eventually my daughters actually had an encounter with what they think it is. It's kind of sealed it for me a little bit more. They're playing around with my dogs, and I was right nearby them, and my fiance too. And I guess they ran into two juveniles of the Gugwe. Like they swore on that. Like they're 6 and 9 now. At the time they were like 5 and 7, I think, and they described it as like something like a bear with a baboon face. Like they kind of like pointed, like that's what they described it as a baboon, and it got up on they both got up on 2 feet and ran away. Like Like this is, I'll try to explain the encounter. They're coming from here along with the dogs and they're playing, and there's a big log and they were watching my daughters on the other side. And at first they thought, oh, it's like a bear or something. And then they stood up, but they weren't in any means adult. They weren't even like, it sounded like 6 feet tall or anything. And then they got, I guess like it hissed at my at my daughter, and then like one ran towards the bush, and then they were saying like an even bigger one ran up and just picked it up and just kept walking into the woods. As crazy as that sounds, but they said it looks like whatever I got a picture of in there. It's too bad. I was hoping to show it.
Monster Radio says if Gugwe are sniffing around kids, be worried about that. Animals will pick out smaller, more advantageous prey. Keep an eye on that, Sean. I definitely agree with that. There's so much Native American lore on the Gugwe being confirmed man-eaters. I would be very cautious about letting them get that close to your kids.
I go by my gut sense. At one point in my life, I wasn't proud for what I did. Shit, I wasn't the best person, but my gut got me through like a lot of shit that, just common sense wouldn't. So like, I trust it. I trust it with my life. But I've never gotten the bad feeling as like I said, I've never felt threatened by them. And to continue the story, that night of when that happened, I was walking around and like we were down low elevation and I was like lowballed a big acorn seed.
Mm-hmm.
Like it wasn't just like it dropped and like slightly rolled down the hill. It was like in the darkness, someone just like threw it at me, like underhanded, and it like rolled heavily towards me. And I like picked it up. And then I found in the same spot that was rolled toward me and picked up, I found 3 seeds side by side, perfectly side by side, like the next morning. So there was something about that with it. And I felt like, honestly, I felt a lot of like positivity from the connection. Like there was like an almost a demand that they want you to interact with them to some extent, depending on who you are. Like I said, when I started interacting with Hades, I felt like I was tagged, and then like events just started happening from there way more.
I think your perspective on the Gugwe is fairly unique, because just about every other account I've ever heard with Gugwe are dangerous.
They'd rip an elk in half with no problem, but I would never recommend anyone go out and do that. I'm just saying, like,
yeah, I wouldn't recommend it either.
I feel like almost in the sense of what Mike Long Island says himself, and my relationship necessarily isn't as close with him as he is with the Sasquatch, but I feel like what I call to is kind of being the middleman for more what, people might typically be more afraid of.
Yeah. Tanya Willis says, question, what's the biggest obvious tell that one is encountering a Gugwe and not a Sasquatch? Number one, if you see large tracks on the ground, look at the tips of the toes. Gugwe tracks will have marks where claws are at. They'll look more like a bear track, only much longer. They'll look like a very similar to a normal Sasquatch track, but you will see claw tips at the ends of the toes. And if you actually get to see the creature itself, they seem to be more bulky than most Sasquatch, and they have a pronounced snout, very much like a mandrill or a baboon.
I think we're doing their intellect is on our level. Like I consider them to be tribes, even the dogmen. That's why I call them tribes. They feel like they do have an inner culture. They do have some sense of society, and this is just on my personal experience and what I could capture on picture. I don't try to say anything that I can't capture on picture and try to kind of like this is what I'm seeing or whatever, like I try not to just spout BS, but like I'm it was like I'm trying to think of like what the energy was of it. It was like a really like powerful like father energy, like almost a healing in there, if I could say that. And it felt like a group. As silly as that sounds, like, oh, this thing's so scary and everything. Well, like maybe there's another side to them. I'm not saying that don't be careful, which I think everyone keep your distance, Dogman included, but uh, I'm not here in any way to say do what I do. Like that's not in any way saying that. But like I have felt quite a bit of healing from these beings though, numerous times, and a lot of it is through meditation.
Yeah, I would think that meditation would certainly put you in a better kind of a, for want of a better term, more of a Zen state, to be able to approach things peacefully. But most things I've heard about the Gugwe, there's really not much peaceful in the way you interact with them. Shane, what do you think, buddy?
Well, Gugwe are new to me. I didn't even know about him. Ryan Tremblay was the first one that started talking about him. I didn't even know what it was. He posted a picture one day. He's like, it's a Gugwe. It was an illustration of one. And so I asked him, who would you take in a fight, Dogman or Gugwe? He said, hands down, a Gugwe. So I started to get the research on them. There's not a whole lot of stuff on them, so that really spiked my interest. I mean, Dogman's at a scale of 1 to 10, definitely an 11, but Gugwe is like right there behind it at a far, close 8, with Sasquatch being 5 or 6, because there's a lot of research on Sasquatch. It's the unknown. But the best photo, I mean, Sean's got some incredible photos. Unfortunately, couldn't see him. I mean, I know StreamYard's been acting up and whatnot, but I've had problems with StreamYard recently.
Yeah, I'm sorry to your viewers and everybody.
Yeah,
I was having a lot of issues with the restream, is why we switched over to StreamYard. But StreamYard's been kind of acting up today.
But Robert, you got to see one of them, right? Like you got to see a couple of them, or look at them, or I don't know if you got to look through any of them or not.
The photos?
Yeah, the photos.
The ones you sent me, I there was nothing really I could see that was clear enough to make out. It was all very blurry.
Oh, for sure. That might be through the messenger too.
It could be. If you send anything through Facebook, it tends to compress it, and you lose a lot of your pixelation when it goes through Facebook Messenger. So, maybe I'll have to have you email them to me at some point so I can get a look at the uncompressed images.
Yeah, I've experienced the same thing, and then I'll just email it to you.
I have to jump out for just a little bit. I made a blunder. I agreed to be on a show to do the second part of the Joe Bald Dogman story. It's going to be on Spaced Out Radio here in just like 7 minutes. Steve and Anthony are going to keep this going with Shane and Sean, and I will be back probably in about 45 minutes. So you can just let you guys keep right on going with what's going on, and I will be back as soon as we can. We got 127 people watching at the moment, which is fantastic. Let's just keep this conversation rolling, and I will be back as soon as I can. Steve, Anthony, you guys got it?
I think so.
All right, I will be back. Shane, Sean, guys, thanks again for being on. I will be back just as quick as I can.
Thanks, DA. Appreciate it.
Hey, Shane, I think you had the same kind of experience I did. I had heard of Sasquatch. Just from being an outdoors person. I was an Eagle Scout, and they talked to you about legends and stuff like that. I'm not convinced this is only a legend, but you hear these outdoor stories and the Native American stories and whatnot. And then I ended up reading DA's book, the Lakeview Man book, and I had no idea that a Gugwe was a thing. And then the more, of course, the book terrified me. The more that I tried to study it after the fact, the more terrified I got. And it's the kind of stuff where I grew up in the woods. I never thought twice about it. Like I said, I'm an Eagle Scout. It's made me think twice. And these are the woods that I've grown up in the last 45 years. Like DA was alluding to earlier. The Mark Twain National Forest is very close to here, Springfield. You drive less than an hour and you're there, and there are some areas of that have just never been touched by people. I mean, literally, if you dig in far enough, you might find a meth head or two, with a lab someplace because they don't want to be found.
Off the grid.
Yeah, so some type
Yeah.
of societally challenged individual.
Mhm.
But there's the potential for some really scary crap out there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's why, like I say, I always keep an open mind. And when Ryan told me about the Gugway, it spiked my interest in so much that I try to do as much research as I can on dogmen, because that's my main interest in being a dogman investigator, researcher. That's the Gugway really fascinating because there's not a whole lot out there, and to find out that they're so
Right.
territorial and their name literally means face eater blows my mind. And
Sure,
with hearing Sean's encountered, you can't really throw it out the picture and say, oh, Sean's not seen. Who knows? There might be some that are really, that could be docile, just like there's certain dogmen I've heard of encounters where they purposely mess with people, but they're not going to attack. If they wanted to kill you, they would. But we're encroaching in their turf when we go out there. But you don't hear a lot because people either say it's a dogman or it's a Sasquatch because of the elongated snout. But DA, and I believe you hit the topic, Steve, that they're much larger and bulkier, and that they're at the tips of their toes, they're more got claws almost.
There's a picture that I was going to share where it's I have Argentine Mastiff, which she's about 105 pounds, big dog, just big healthy dog, and I have a Vizsla that's about 55 pounds, and I use them as a reference for scale often in the photos. And there's a photo that I was going to share that it says exactly what you're saying, that there's multiple and they're all just massive, massive, like even in my experience, like not necessarily more toned than even Sasquatch, but definitely just bulkier.
Yeah,
Right.
Well, and I'm a firm believer that fiction follows fact. In other words, like for example, if you follow literature and just like military fiction and things like that, after 9/11, everything took a certain turn, and things became a lot more negative. They became a lot more frightening because real life had tuned it that way. I've noticed that fictional works about bipedal canines has really taken off. I mean, there are whole
Right now, I've noticed. Yeah,
exactly
everywhere right now.
Yeah.
Exactly. So people are writing more about them. Ergo, people are probably seeing them more. And I mean, I'm convinced something's out there. I just want to see the damn proof. I don't just want to say I want the encounter because I really don't want to get eaten. Because I seriously doubt that my old fat ass could escape one. But
it's like me.
I want it. Yeah,
I didn't believe in it. Right. I never believed in this stuff at all. I would laugh at people. I'd make fun of people. I'd be like, yeah, you're crazy. You're nuts. And then, when I had my sighting, I was like, okay. I've been out in the swamps and hunting hogs in that one area for 7 years. Never seen anything. I mean, now, like we talked about, Steve knows the sighting, but you put two and two together, all the weird stuff that was going on that we would just blow off and say, oh, it's a raccoon or it's a panther or it's this. But you start putting everything together, stuff would come missing out of the cooler. Certain things. And the cooler would be closed again. Something would hit on the side of the camper and we thought it was the guys messing with us. And they're like, it wasn't us. So, I mean, now, like Steve was saying, more people are writing about this and telling their encounters than being hush and not saying anything, because you don't want to be looked at like you're crazy, especially if you have a professional career.
And like I said, the stuff is coming up more frequently. And I like I said, I grew up here in Missouri. I'm literally living 200 miles away from where I was born. So I'm kind of a local redneck boy. When I was in college in the late 90s, I had a lab technician who was working on his PhD in something pertaining to wild cats, and he was doing research on mountain lions. And officially, there were no mountain lions in Missouri. And he's like, this bullshit. I've had this person tell me. I've got this story. I've got this bag of poop. I've got this set of tracks. All the evidence except for a dead mountain lion. And
Right.
now, if
Right.
you read, Missouri's considered part of mountain lion's turf. You know, they've been seen. I've seen one. You know, I was convinced they existed, you know, prior to that, because, you know, the official, you know, acceptance of them had happened. But about 5 years ago, I was driving through the national forest on a little 2-lane highway, and I came to a wide spot where there was a bridge over a river there, a little creek, and there was a juvenile mountain lion with 2 cubs just walking, you know, towards me on the opposite shoulder. Didn't give 2 shits that I was there, but it was kind of dusk, you know, and from what I've read about their behavior, it's probably hunting. You know, mom took the kids to go get a snack, and you know, part of me thought about stopping, and then part of me realized that that's a mountain lion with 2 cubs. It's probably a dumb idea, and I just kept on driving. But you know, I joke all the time with DA that, you know, I carry a pistol when I travel, not because I'm worried about running into somebody. I'm worried about running into something.
Yeah.
You know?
Right, and you gotta
Definitely
be
armed.
careful.
Well,
Now,
and you know, you're 30.
I mean,
miles
when
away
you
from
guys
something
go,
like
do
that.
you guys carry?
I'm
Sean,
more
do you
scared
guys
about-
carry when you go
I
out?
have like a machete and a knife on me. I'm more scared about like tweakers than anything else out there.
Yeah,
Going
they-
to California, so we have
Yeah.
a lot of that.
Definitely do, especially
Yeah.
out here. Sean hit the hammer on the
Yeah.
nail with it.
We got him
the one thing.
here in Florida too. Trust,
Oh,
I
you guys got a
imagine
lot over there?
we got him here.
you know, we
you got
yeah, Florida's got them quite a bit. Haven't you seen the news?
Yeah, we
Florida
got a
man,
lot of.
You know,
Right? This is a
Always the
trending
best
thing on
stories.
Google for a while. Just type in your year of your birth date and Florida
Yeah.
and see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah,
Not too long
Exactly.
ago, I remember that. It's like, oh shoot.
especially out by me. Yeah, especially by me in the Ocala forest. I mean, it's known for meth labs. You know, out in certain
wow.
areas. So when you go out, yeah, you'll run into some pretty unique characters once in a while. Trust me. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why. I mean, I
In the,
carry
healthcare-
too. So
in the healthcare setting, we refer to that as the pharmaceutically enhanced.
Yeah.
mhm. Yeah, you got to be careful out there, man. Especially you guys too, where you're at. You know, what part of California?
I live in Orange County,
Okay.
just
Okay.
south of Los Angeles.
Now you
I'm
guys,
about 2 hours north.
do you
of
guys
Sean,
have-
so.
do you guys have any brown bears still up there? Are they coming back into California or no?
No, not where I'm at.
Okay.
There's
Alright, 'cause
mountain
I know-
lion, but they keep their distance. Like they're
Yeah.
really smart. They know what to pick. We've had coyotes, but like nothing to be worried about. No, coyotes would rather eat people's cats than anything.
Right.
Yeah.
What area
We've
of
got
California
a lot
that
of
has
coyotes,
brown
too.
bears?
I believe that northern, I'd say it's central to northern. I'm not too sure about the brown bear. I know black bears are in the area, especially where I do research up in Shaver Lake. There's a lot of black bears.
Maybe a
sightings.
little before San Francisco. Maybe a little bit. There's like a lot of coastal sequoia forest, redwood forest
Yeah.
along the coast. I went up there not too long ago. Really beautiful, but that definitely could hold some brown bear. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, somebody commented that they're in the Sacramento area. There's a lot of them in Lake Tahoe. And also, I watched a documentary on it. That's why I was asking, because they are making their way back into California heavily, brown bears. So, I didn't
I know
know
the
if you
grizzly
guys
bear is
were.
extinct. I know it's on the state flag of California, but I think the grizzly bear has been extinct for well over 100 years now. I think they eradicated them out of there as
Yeah.
well, just like the wolves.
I wouldn't put that past it, because a lot of stuff. I mean, look at what is it down by Arizona and New Mexico, the jaguar. They got sightings of a jaguars coming back, North American jaguar. I mean, they're
Wow.
making their way back up. So,
We're
can
seeing
a
some
grizzly
melanistic
make it?
mountain lions too.
Right.
Black mountain lions.
Yeah.
I wouldn't throw past the grizzly bear if they can make it back down into California. It's just a matter of time.
I hope
Yeah,
not,
they're
man.
smart.
I hope not. I'd rather be going up against a Sasquatch or a Dogman than
No,
a
no
grizzly
shit. Like,
bear.
hey, look, it's a grizzly. Yeah, well, I haven't been here for 100 years.
Yeah.
That would be your
I wasn't
luck.
expecting to see you.
Yeah. That would be your
Grizzlies are
luck.
terrifying. God, like you couldn't even stop a grizzly with a good caliber usually.
Yeah,
No, I mean, I was just telling them, I told DA I was watching a show, and this guy hit one, and we're talking in Alaska. He hit one with a 10 millimeter. I don't know how many times. A Glock 10 millimeter. He hit it. He hit once in the head. It bounced off its skull. And then he hit it 6 more times, and he finally dropped it. When they did the autopsy, you could see, the guy said you could see where the bullet hit and just came up above the skull and landed in the back of the neck. It didn't even penetrate. And he was just like, what do you carry? And the other guy was carrying a 454 Kazoo, and he hit him with it. They were elk hunting, and this thing charged them. And that's kind of scary shit, man. You're out there elk hunting, you have a 1,200-pound grizzly coming at you.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna stop it that quick.
Yeah, pardon my French, but I think that is the official definition of "fuck this, I'm going home."
Yeah.
Yeah.
My day.
Not walking around
I mean,
grizzly territory.
Mm-mm.
No, it's scary. Like we have, what's his name? Fred from Alaska. And he does all his research up in the air, high up in the area. But he said even by Kodiak Island, he wouldn't, and he's a Native American Alaskan. He's like, I would never go to those outer islands at all. You couldn't catch me to go up because there's so many of them. I mean, as soon as you step off the boat, there's like 3 or 4 of them right there on the ridge. You're like, oh, hey, how you doing? You don't want to mess with one of them. I mean, it's crazy enough, all the stuff up there that'll kill you. I'm not messing with the Kodiak.
All
That's
these large, apex predatory mammals. I mean, because these things live on a very high protein diet. Some of them only protein, really. The muscle mass that they have is just ridiculous. I mean, even just to compare it with something we know, compare a human to a chimpanzee. 100, 120 pound, 130 pound chimp, they are solid muscle. One of them has got 5 times the strength of a human. These are 100-pound critters that it would make Hulk Hogan their bitch. Think about what you'd be looking at with okay. I mean, some of these statements about these dogmen. I mean, some of the descriptions are 7 to 9. If you read some of DA's, some of his are like 10, 12 feet tall because he insists on terrifying us all. But think about how much muscle mass you're dealing with here. I mean, we were joking around one night on the show. How when DA and I are out, we're typically carrying a 9mm pistol. And one night we had Nick Valenti from the North American Dogman Project on, and he just started laughing. And he goes, I carry a 10 mil minimum. And I'm like, okay. And then he's explaining the ballistics of it. He's like, yeah, if you're lucky, you might piss it off. I'm like, oh good.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that episode. I watched that interview not too long ago.
Oh my God. It was the trip with DA, where he had our Joe Bald encounter that he's actually talking about on Jessica Jones' show now. We didn't see anything. And then it was after the fact they're doing the video analysis of the little shaky video that I shot that we started seeing things out there. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm carrying I think at the time I was carrying a Glock 27, so I had like 10 rounds of 40 Smith & Wesson ammo, and DA had a 9 on him, and apparently because we're 2 morons, everything we were doing was accidentally the worst things we could be doing if we're in like dogman territory. I'm a type 1 diabetic. I pee a lot. I pissed on a tree. Okay. Anybody who knows anything about dogman is like, yeah, that's kind of a sign of basically comparing penises with this creature. And I'm like, but nice, wonderful.
But tell them where you peed where the sighting was. That's the whole thing.
So the tree that the image came around from behind was the one I peed on.
Oh wow!
So Nick seems to think that whatever this was came to check out the sample I left.
Yeah.
And that if one of them let itself be seen, there was probably a pack of them watching us. And
Wow.
okay, at the time, DA was a little bit better off than he is now. He walks with a cane now, but I'm a 250-pound fat white guy. If this thing took off after me, I had no hope. This is rough terrain. There
Your
was
Dogman
no.
chow.
I wouldn't clear leather
Yeah.
before the thing had eaten my head. It would be the end of it. When I was in Scouts, when I was a much thinner man, I used to volunteer at the Cub Scout day camp, and of course the Cub Scouts are the little Boy Scouts. They're in grade school, and one of the local canine officers who had a great relationship with our pack, as they're called, came out and he brought their canine officer. And their canine officer was a black German Shepherd male named Joe. And Joe was about 120 pounds. He was solid. And because I was 16, 17 years old, they let me, with my parents' permission, sign this little waiver. And they let us do a demonstration where I tried to play the suspect, in the red foamy suit, to get away from Joe. Joe was 100 yards away from me. And I took off running, and I got about a 10-second lead. And then he yelled for me to stop and let Joe loose. I had enough time to look over my shoulder, and Joe took me down.
Oh,
And of course, he's chewing on the suit, and I'm partly loving it, partly wetting myself. But at the time, I had 30-pound size advantage on Joe. He took me down like a fur missile. And I remembered, afterwards, I'm playing with a tennis ball with Joe, and he's all all lovey and whatever. But I go back and analyze that moment, and then I start to look at some of these Dogman encounters, and I'm like, okay. What if Joe was 500 pounds, 600 pounds? There's no way. First of all, he closed the distance in an obscene amount of time.
Mhm.
I mean, we're talking 50, 75 yards in seconds. There's not a running back out there that could top what Joe was doing. And, I'm thinking about these Dogmen, these Gugwe. I mean, if this is something that is mad at you and it wants to eat you, it's done. It's done.
no,
you
100%.
have zero chance. You need like a special ops team to take out one of these things.
Seriously.
Well, that's
you
what.
have to-
Yeah, that's
And
what
I'm
he
not even
writes.
talking about like if it's like woo stuff, just like from the stuff we know, the hair, the strength, the speed. Like
No, you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what DA writes about in his book. So, I mean, how true is that? There's there's stories that people do come out. Me and Steve and DA were talking about it. I mean, one account where a Navy SEAL gave his account before he passed away. They were detached to North Carolina to hunt down 5 of these things. I mean, come on. I mean, you're not going to be told everything. What's
Right.
going on. And even what's his name? Creepers, Cryptid, and Paranormal Connor. He's got them in Australia on his property.
I
I've
know
seen
that was
the
a good
pictures.
interview you guys did. The one. Go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
Oh no, I've heard of Dogman in Australia. I just thought that was a trip. Like to hear that.
No, yeah,
I
he's got some good photos that would blow your mind. All the stuff
I
that
saw
he's
one
got
of them. It
on.
was really good.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
I
shoreline.
mean,
you
these
guys
things
ran
are
through
coming
some
right up to
filters.
his property.
The shoreline video.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
You guys ran through
I
some
mean-
red and blue filters that you really see the definition of the face. And his photo was
Yeah.
being circulated around the Dogman groups and stuff. People claiming stake to it. And it's like you almost want to call him out, but if you know Connor and you know his group, Creepers and Cryptids Paranormal Corner,
Right.
that's his photo. And you guys have had him on, and he goes out and tries to debunk these people and say, "Hey, it's my photo," and then they just go silent. It's the sad thing in the Dogman community that people post pictures and claim something. If it is a Dogman like Connor's photo, but they go and try to get their 5 minutes of fame, and it's unfortunate, but yeah.
Well, and he, our ears are burning. I mean, he literally just said what it was. Just 500 kilograms. Okay, 2.2 pounds per kilogram. So you're talking, something that is, 1,000 to 1,200 pounds. That's moving at the speed of Joe the police dog.
Mm-hmm.
If I refer to Joe as a fur missile, this is what a fur cruise missile. I mean, this is. I mean, good God, there just be no way. There'd be no way. And if you had a squad of tier 1 operators with like the best military hardware, maybe they could move quick enough to.
What did you say?
Yeah.
What was that?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I was in Costa Rica on vacation for a little bit, and it was like a jungle wilderness kind of like eco conservation tourism, and we had like a little spot. We had like this solid metal big chair in front of our room, but like you could see the jungle, and then we had a spider monkey go up on our porch, piss everywhere because he was pissed off or who knows why.
Yeah.
He grabs this
Yeah.
big metal chair. Like you've all seen the black and white head spider monkey, or the steer thing. It picks up this chair and throws it with like one hand. Like I would have had to use both my hands just to pick it up to move it.
Yeah, and spider monkeys are, size of
Like,
small dogs.
Yeah.
They're not very big. There was a story that I saw. I actually saw I read the article, and then I was able to find like the interview with the folks involved. And there was a couple who had, I guess basically as part of their retirement gig, were rehabilitating chimpanzees that were like orphaned and found, injured out in the wild and things like this. And so they had, found this baby chimp, and they had raised it for, I think, 15 years. And they rehabilitated it. They turned it over to a sanctuary. Well, this chimp's 20th birthday came up, and that's that's probably equivalent to about 50 for a human. It's a big deal. It's a big deal birthday for this chimp, and so they decided they were going to go to the sanctuary with the sanctuary's permission. They're going to throw a party for this chimp that they've known for 15 years, and they make a cake for it. They bring it out. They have it in this little enclosed picnic area with the two of them, and something happens, and the chimp flips its switch, and it attacked the two of them, and it ate the man's face. It ate one of his ass cheeks. It did. I mean, like the two of them were mauled. I think the wife lost a leg at the hip. I mean, we're talking, 100, 120.
Probably to the face, including baboons. That's like,
but
didn't they shoot it, Steve?
They ended up shooting.
They shot it, right?
Yeah. By the time they could shoot it, it had already completely, had its way with both of them. They both survived.
Mm-hmm.
But like they were interviewing the guy, and of course he looked like the Elephant Man because they tried to reconstruct what was left of his face and everything. And this is just a 100, 120 pound chimp that they knew well.
Wow.
The strength and basically, maybe he was getting a little senile, little get off my lawn or something. I don't know. But
Clint Eastwood style.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you leave me here.
I'm almost 50, and I tell people all the time, I'm like, I'm one bad thing from just get off my lawn. So, I mean, just the fact that it flipped like that, and you look at this footages of these look at the footage of these like lowland gorillas, where they bluff charge somebody, or even worse when they charge for real, and you're talking one animal, and arguably, these gugway, these even the Patterson Bigfoots. Yeah, I mean, it adds a whole
I'm not pretending
level.
I know they're very dangerous, but I don't compare them to the intellect of a grizzly bear or something.
No.
I think it's way beyond.
No.
I think it's much closer to us.
I think you're right.
No.
Every account I have read have said that the dogmen are highly intelligent, that the Bigfoot creatures, be it gugway or regular Patterson gimlins or whatever, they're highly intelligent. I mean, every account has said that. And I probably misspoke when I referred to them, as the fifth grade ape. I wasn't implying that they were, on the same level as an orangutan or a gorilla.
No,
but,
I know for sure. I'm just
they're near human, if not human intelligence, and probably greater than human based on some of the humans I've met.
What's the capital?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you could think about the intake. What kind of calorie intake? You're comparing a bear to a gugway to a Bigfoot to a dog. Think of the intake of calories these things are taking in. I mean, that's a lot of calories. I mean, and they're coinciding with bears and mountain lions, and I mean,
On recent dogman attacks, though, on deer, from what I've been researching, is they only eat the guts, the heart, and the eyes, and the brain, but they leave everything else, all the good stuff.
All protein.
Like, why not?
All protein.
Protein. Oh,
Yep.
okay.
They take the piece
All
of the
protein.
highest protein per weight.
Okay.
And some of the great cats do that too. If you find
Killer
like a mountain lion,
whales.
yeah, I mean, a mountain lion
Take what
kills
they
a lot of
want,
times.
right?
They'll just gut the inside of whatever they've gotten, and get all the juicy bits. And truthfully, anybody who's ever eaten a rare steak that's not a pretty good cut of meat, it takes a little bit more work to chew through that muscle, when it's raw. If you're eating everything raw and you're trying to do it quickly, you're going to go for the parts
it's like
that have the consistency of tofu instead of the stuff that's beef jerky.
how many
Or
how many
cooked well
stories
done.
how many stories have we heard that when you're out hunting, or deer hunters, hog hunters, that the gut pile disappears. A lot of times they'll leave the gut pile, it'll disappear, boom, gone. The heart, the liver, everything. I don't eat that from a pig, and that's all high in protein, that they're taking. And like I said, even killer whales do it when they attack a shark. I was watching another documentary on it. They'll bite into it and bite where the liver is and everything. It's ridiculous, and that's all they'll take. And they share it, and then they let the little ones play with the dead shark to train it.
Yeah,
it's nuts. I mean,
it's crazy.
They're eating high protein stuff. That's what they're putting all the calories on. Not saying that they only eat meat. There's other stuff out there they could probably eat. There's a lot of.
I recently heard dogmen are
berries.
actually omnivores. They eat vegetables and stuff like that. I didn't know that.
By far my biggest gift. Donuts get taken every time. Like,
what is it?
And when I
donuts,
just donuts, any kind of donuts. My experience, they get taken every time. If something doesn't get taken by them, it's either like all mauled apart, or it hasn't really been touched and there's bugs on it and shit. But if they take something, there's nothing gone. There's nothing there.
Right.
And I've experienced that.
Right.
I don't pretend to know anything, but shit does kind of get weird out there once you've been doing this enough a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I could imagine what peanut butter. Peanut butter's big. I seen that they eat the hell out of peanut butter.
Look at
pies.
Domestic dogs, as far as being omnivores. I mean, I've got a Morkie dog, a little ankle biter. Okay, that little dumb bastard eats broccoli.
Wow.
You wouldn't think that a dog would want broccoli, but if I'm eating it, it wants it. And if you take the linear progression up to a dogman,
especially you look at the local coyote scat here. It's like you said, it's just a mix of everything: berries, fur, feathers,
whatever they can.
Well, I know dogs eat grass for their digestive system, right?
Right.
I've seen my dog. What are you doing?
Yeah, the dogs will eat grass when their stomachs are upset sometimes.
You saw it in Europe. You saw the picture of Hades, right? Coming to my house. Did you see that one that I sent you?
Yeah, you sent that one to me. I did see that. And then Sean actually has a really good photo. I don't know if you sent it to DA, Sean, but that one with your dog in the bush, you posted it on West Coast.
Yeah. That
you see 12 sets of eyes in the bush. You clearly see the wolf dog looking head.
Yeah, dude, Hades is giant, like ridiculous. And you even saw the photo. I live in Long Beach, just south of Los Angeles. This city's over 100,000 million people. Or not, I don't know why I said that, but a lot of people. Like, he's visited my house numerous times, and he saw the picture of it. I've got a picture of him peeking his head over my wall, and my wall is 6'6". I'm 6'3", and I have to look up at my wall. But he saw the picture of him peeking over, and this dude's head's right next to a power pole line in comparison, and it's big. It's a big dome.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna post that on West Coast right now.
Sasquatch or a dogman?
Dogman.
A dogman. Oh hell!
I got one thing to tell you. Listen to me carefully. 450 Bushmaster. That's it. Yeah. $255 for an upper for if you have an AR lower. Easy.
I love it. Yeah, that's
done.
that's like screw you, screw your cover, screw the 8 guys behind you. Yeah, that'll do it.
Sorry.
The
They're
funny
coming to
thing
my
was,
house.
though,
I'm not.
was, I just got a gut instinct. Like I had severe depression too, and I like just got a jolt of like endorphins or dopamine. It almost felt like, and then I just like took the picture. I wasn't really even looking. It was night. I was kind of pretty out. I just like felt like I had to take the picture, and it was aimed toward that area, not anywhere particular. And he showed up, so I like that. I mean, and that just might be like sixth sense or something. I don't know. Some sense.
Sean, how did you find out? Did it telepathically tell you its name's Hades?
I named him that. I don't know his real name.
Oh, okay. I always wanted to ask you that because I was so intrigued. I was like, wow.
I named Hades as a gatekeeper and the guardian. I think people often have a negative connotation with what Hades is.
Right.
Like, so I kind of gave like the name for that reason.
That's awesome.
It's like almost a guardian.
Right.
No, I think it fits. Vigilant Stranger posted a really neat question here. So the difference between a dogman and a werewolf, according to, I don't want to say legend because that implies they don't exist, but according to legend, werewolf has the ability to shift into human form. And so when certain conditions are met, they look like you, me, and, Anthony, probably a little more like Anthony. He's a little hairy. But
yeah, me.
They look like Italian. Us. And then
I'm hairy. I'm hairy all over. So it doesn't matter.
They shift into a dog form, either a quadruped or a biped, depending on which stories you listen to. The dogmen are only dog. The First Nations people believe that it was a person that basically gave themselves over to the ancestral bad wolf. Basically they did bad things. They essentially were damned for what they did, and so they ended up taking a form of the wolf, and they were stuck in that form. And so dogmen don't shift back into people, werewolves do. At least that's kind of the running mythology or understanding of them. And I think there's probably think there's probably instances where one is identified as the other. If you're going to believe any of this stuff, I believe that potentially they both exist. I know me personally, if I'm walking out in a field in the middle of the night and I'm across this dog creature, I'm not going to ask myself, well, in the morning, will you be a man or will you still be a dog? Get the hell out of there. I think there is some overlap probably.
When you first see one, you don't know what you're looking at. I know we hear that all the time, but it's like our brain takes a second to kind of like put things together.
Right.
Fuck is that? What am I looking? It's hard to explain. It's like
I agree with you, man.
Math problem, and it's like you fucking know the answer, but you don't see it.
It's like when I had my sighting, I didn't know what the hell I was seeing either. I actually had to look at it. When I seen it, I looked at it through a scope, and it still didn't register until I was like, am I really seeing this? Somebody hoaxing me? And then the muscle tone under the hair, then you could see it all come to play. And I was like, whoa, okay. That's what I'm seeing.
Crazy.
Yeah. Where Steve, who was it that said that? Vigilant Stranger?
Vigilant Stranger, yeah.
Yeah, I do believe that to say it doesn't exist, like you said, if it's a legend, then it doesn't exist. But werewolves, it's in every single culture. If you think about it, the Rougarou with the French down in Louisiana,
right?
The Skinwalker with the Navajo, the werewolves in
Cynocephalies, the ancient
Cynocephali, yeah.
Right.
Tens of thousands of
the
years
Germans,
of cultures that didn't interact.
Yeah.
Even Germany, with the werewolves,
Yeah.
Marco Polo, the Great Expedition, he'd had dog-faced men within his journals, and a lot of famous explorers did also.
Mm-hmm. Or in Egypt, the dog soldiers that they used in battle, supposedly.
Yes.
That's what they say
in the Bible.
So they've been around for thousands of years. Yeah. The legend of dog-headed creatures, at least, if people believe in werewolves. I definitely don't say they don't exist.
Well,
if I thought they were werewolves, I wouldn't be fucking with them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be fucking with them.
DX
No.
posited something several weeks ago. We know that or at least there's some belief, I should say, in the evolutionary record that what we have as our modern dogs, probably went down a progressive evolution from like dire wolves and some of these other things.
Right.
And we get our modern dogs from the wild wolf that saw the fire and figured, hey, there's some easy to get meat there that has food. If I'm nice to the easy meat, maybe he'll give me food. And we end up domesticating these dogs. What if evolution went two directions, and those dire wolf ancestors evolved into something more, more dog-like, but more, I should say more
right.
more man dog-like, instead of coming to the fire and becoming subservient to the humans, just evolving to do what the humans do, and you get these upright dogs with intelligence, and of course if they can shift from four-legged to two-legged, it gives them a nice speed advantage. I mean, even on the primate side, most of the great apes will run on all fours because they're faster.
Looking at a silverback gorilla come running at you, bluff charging, and it stands up and starts smacking its chest. Those things clear ground fast. And
sure,
right.
Certain Sasquatch encounters I've read on where the footprints are 4 to 5 feet apart. And I mean, if something can clear something in 20 seconds, how much ground it can gain just blows my mind. And like you said, Steve, earlier, you were wearing that bodysuit, and that dog within seconds had you on the ground.
Yeah, literally, I heard him release the dog, and I had enough time for my mind to go, oh shit. And that was about it. And I was a pretty spry kid. I was lean. I played baseball. I could move pretty good.
Yeah.
And even in the the Gumby suit, but there was no hope. I mean, no chance. And
dog.
But we were talking about the four-legged locomotion. Look at these modern parkour athletes. How quick they move when they get on all fours, and the distance that they can cover. They do ridiculous things.
And it's like, look at all the other hominids that we killed off, that our species killed off. That's why we're so successful, because we exceed at violence and we're really smart about it. I'm not saying people are bad in any way, but it gave us and it's coming more and more. We're finding out there's more and more of these hominids, like those little tiny people that they were finding in Southeast Asia.
Oh yeah,
they were like the I forgot what their name was, but they were like they competed with people and everything.
Right.
Yeah.
But you got to look at it and Steve will even contest to this. When human beings are afraid of something and they don't think it's normal, they will hunt it and they will kill it. Okay, we are the higher being species on this planet, and that's what's going to happen all through history. It tells through history. We're evil when it comes to animals. Hunting something beyond instinct. I mean, look at the Tasmanian tiger. The Tasmanian tiger. Come on.
Yeah. Well, we didn't get to be the most successful by earning it. We just gained the intelligence to kill the other stuff.
Exactly.
It's not that we are tougher than the bears. It's not that we are tougher than the wolves or tougher than the Tasmanian tigers.
Smarter.
It's the fact that we either were smart enough or stupid enough that we killed them. And,
but we still have that wild switch in our heads too. It wasn't too long ago our ancestors were living in huts. It's only been within the last 100 years of societies living in houses and stuff. Like you see all these natural disasters, how shit switch, and they're acting like fucking they're ready for war or revolution or whatever.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, it's even the feral people. The feral people they talk about in Kentucky and
that's scary.
Come on. I mean, there's accounts of these people running around in the woods up there in Arkansas and in Kentucky and in Louisiana and even in Florida. They have accounts. It's crazy. So yeah, we are going to go back to where our ancestors came from.
Yep.
It's in our DNA. It's going to happen. So that you got to take that into account for, like, can we coincide with Bigfoot? Can we coincide with the Dogman? I don't know, man. I really don't. I mean, I wish I could answer that. I mean, it's a scary situation. Some are threatening. Some threaten. They eat people. They attack them. It's like living with tigers. People do it all the time in Indonesia. Well, that's
like
the apex
said earlier
predator.
about that chimp, 20 years old. I mean, they live seeing it every day for 15 years, and then they get mauled. I mean,
right? Yeah, it ate at their dinner table, and slept in a bed at their house, and Vigil of Stranger made an interesting comment here. If these creatures have really been seen, why are the rangers covering up? Okay, part of what keeps the National Park Service running is tourism.
Exactly.
And there's a few nuts like DA and Anthony that will deliberately go to a place where a man-eating dog person lives, but most of us don't want to take the family to go camping there unless you've got that kind of connection, like you were able to have with your gugways and things that you've interacted with out there, Sean. I would hope. I mean, I consider myself a pretty peaceful person. I love critters. My wife teases me that I'll probably die petting something I shouldn't have. I would be hard pressed to want to deliberately go to some place where those things live. I think
I don't blame anybody.
The fear of the unknown would get me.
Right.
100%.
I mean, you don't want to. It's like you're not going to go camping out in the jungles of Borneo and be like, hey, let's let the kids run around the jungle. They'll be fine.
Right.
No, it's not going to happen.
They'll come back when they're hungry.
Right. Come on, man. Can't be like, hey, mom, my arm's missing. I mean, it's like,
snakes hanging off.
And that's what Steve's trying to. If they admit that these things are running around in our national parks, and Steve is right, the impact it would have on the economy alone, devastating. Not just not even the economy, the lumber. Okay, because everything would stop. Everything would stop. That's the only reason why. And I believe I don't know how you guys feel, Todd Standing, okay, when he submitted that report to the Canadian government that he wanted these things protected, okay, if they ruled for him, the impact alone on the timber up there would devastate the economy. I mean, and I believe the stuff that he has is real. Jesus came on the show. He had a friend that works in the movie industry that analyzed this stuff that said, if this guy is hoaxing, he's better than me, and I work in the movies. And this guy worked with Frank, and Steve knows who I'm talking about. He worked with Frank Oz.
Right.
And he did all this stuff. I mean, a lot of people don't like Todd Standing because he's very, very out there with his Bigfoot stuff. But that's what he does. He sleeps, eats, shits Bigfoot. That's what he does. And the pictures he has.
Shane.
Right.
He would have taken your poop.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Anthony's got a very good point. Okay, so let's say, just for argument's sake, that we find proof that Bigfoot lives in the Pacific Northwest. I mean, we've got the body, we've got photographic evidence, we've got a live specimen. I mean, all the trifecta of proving this thing exists. Okay, so this is a newly discovered species. By definition, they treat it as an endangered species when they first discover it because they don't know the numbers. Like, well, we know there's 3,
Right.
So then, like you said, the timber industry, there was a species of owl that DA frequently talks about that was found to live in a particularly wooded area that was known for timber. Overnight, the timber industry was just decapitated.
Gone.
Because you couldn't cut any of the trees that this owl may potentially live in because it's endangered. Not that they shouldn't be protected, but money talks in government. Politicians get in power by people who have money, and they stay in power by keeping the people with money happy. You're just not going to do anything that's going to hurt the economy.
Well, look at Florida. Look at Florida alone. You got Mark and Kerry from Bigfoot Odyssey. The stuff that they have, the pictures, the videos, and FWC, Florida Wild, they know what's out there. If they shut down management areas, like Steve and me was like, it'll devastate the economy alone. They're not going to acknowledge it. And these things are running around out here like, you walk out and grab your mail. Even me, where I am in the Ocala National Forest.
Yeah,
that would change
really
everything.
Good evidence and some photos out of Florida where you go Google Earth. They did someone did a video. I don't know if it was on TikTok or something, but they drive by and you literally see it just standing there out in the the swampland. It's like it got exposed. But yeah, it's out there. You guys have the skunk ape too, don't you?
Yep.
Well,
yeah, Steve and Kerry, Steve. Mark and Kerry have good photo and video evidence.
Yeah,
if you
that was
go
good
on,
interview you guys did.
Their stuff is like out there, like boom. You could see the face. The night vision alone, and they're breaking. They're just, it's ridiculous the stuff that Mark and Kerry are getting, and they know what's going on and they don't want to acknowledge it. That's where I had my sighting, the same area, in that area where they do their research.
But the fact that, mobile technology is getting smaller and smaller and better and better, it's only going to be a matter of time where somebody with a good iPhone camera is going to get some footage of one of these creatures, that's going to be clear, that's going to be, they're going to be caught off guard. I'd be willing to reckon that the first legit, high definition modern video of Sasquatch, he's going to have a snack in one hand and scratching his balls with the other because he's going to get caught off guard by a high definition, handheld camera. It's going to happen. But what I know me personally, if I ran across something just, walking down a trail, I'm not going to have the forethought to get my camera out. And if I did, I'm not going to, probably have a steady shot of it. I'm going to be scared to death. I'm going to be, I think self-preservation is going to take precedent over, how many hits will I get on YouTube for this? Those YouTube royalties aren't going to bring myself back from Gugway's belly. And,
no,
right.
Exactly.
I'd always back off. If there's any kind of aggression, I'd back up. The closest thing that I could consider to aggression was not really aggression, but I went out with my dogs to the area that I usually go to, and I'm walking through a creek bed. And I'm kind of about halfway through my area. I'm not quite there. And again, it's raining. And there's this large tree and roots that I'm going to pass through that are coming out in the creek. It's kind of like imagine that as a line. And I'd walk up to it and I would forget what the fuck I was doing or where I was going. Not in a bad way. I'm like, oh, where am I going? What am I doing? Oh, this is nice. Where should I go from this direction? Every time, I would try to go, so that happened about 4 to 5 times. And I took that as okay, I'll see you guys later kind of thing. That's something I got. That was the closest thing to aggression I've experienced.
Well, I would love that type of communion with an animal like that. I've got the innate fear of the unknown that everybody does, but, I love the outdoors. I love animals. I've, interacted with badgers at close distance because they weren't being aggressive and I was smart enough not to try to pet them. If I, was walking through and came into a clearing and there was a Sasquatch sitting on a log, eating something, I would hang with him. As long as he wasn't being aggressive to me and, it wasn't going to hurt either of us. Even a dogman for that matter. If I'm not scared of too many dogs. I don't have an innate fear of them. I'm a dog person. I would love to roll around with your mastiff, Sean. When I met DA, he's got a big, I think it's a pit bull master, a pit bull something. It is a gigantic pit bull though. And he's like, yeah, don't expect to be too friendly. He doesn't typically like men, and his bark's worse than his bite. Within 10 minutes, I was rolling on the hardwood with him getting slobbered.
That's fun.
That's
fun.
I either have an innate love for him or I'm too dumb to fear them. The two. But,
well, it's like Fred from Alaska. We had him on the show. The ones in Alaska are more aggressive than than anywhere in the United States. I mean, he says
What are
you
you
can
referencing,
walk.
Anthony? The Sasquatch or Dogman?
No,
That are more
they call it the hairy man, the Sasquatch.
They're
Okay.
Sasquatch.
He says these things are more aggressive, they're more aggressive in Alaska than anywhere in the United States. The ones in Florida that Mark and Carrie has gotten, they're more docile. Mark's been feeding them apples. So they'll actually come when they see Mark and Melanie, him and his wife, even Carrie, now they're starting to come out closer to him. They'll throw apples to them. That's how they're getting these good pictures and photo evidence.
It
They're getting
doesn't
comfortable.
take much to get there either. You'd
No.
be surprised. Like, I'm a nobody, but if you go in there with honest intentions, you're not trying to get anything out of them. Like,
Right.
after a while, I promise, like, the Sasquatch will start opening up to you. Dogmen are a little in the middle of the road with that. I've seen them like some people, but I feel like the Sasquatch overall are much more social. Like, you'd
Right.
get off way more interacting with them if you were to be given a choice.
Well, we
Yeah.
we posit that these creatures have near human intelligence. If the more intelligent they are, the more right they have to fear us, because they, somebody posted up on the chat further up the line. I can't find it right at the moment. It may have been Awissa. We gained the apex spot because we were the most violent. It's not that we were the most capable; it's that we were the most violent. And these creatures would be right to avoid us. I mean, look at what we do to each other. Our own species. It's
I mean,
it's sad.
Sean will tell you that too. I mean, being in the military, you've seen some horrific stuff. What humans do to each other. It's crazy. Over religion. I mean,
2022.
it's stupid.
Excuse me, guys. I gotta put my laptop on the charger. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
All right. Yeah, but like Steve is right. The stuff that it's just crazy. I mean, I don't know.
I think there's much worse stuff out there than Dogmen. I think in a lot of ways they might be protecting us from stuff we were not so aware of. I think there's truth to the rake. I've never in my experience had any kind of experience with that or anything, but my buddy Mike has, who's been my mentor in this, and he's known people who've gone through it too, and these things sound pretty terrifying. Like, they sound like genuine bad news.
Yeah.
But you hear of reports of Sasquatch and Dogman kind of chasing them off or whatever too.
Really?
So like there's something to that, I think.
Yeah.
What are they again?
Look up rake. They're called crawlers. I don't know what they are per se. It's just they're just kind of like, my buddy Mike just described them like a white ghoul.
Yes, yeah. I've seen that. I've seen those.
Yeah. There's been some.
I've seen those.
There's been some footage of those that have been, kind of ruled, creepypasta. Basically, somebody has, taken credit for forging and stuff. But there is a lot of other footage out there that is very convincing and very scary, and kind of stuff that gets with us. Most of us are getting, our Ring cameras. We've got our dash cams. We're obsessed with recording video of things now, for security reasons, for legal reasons, or whatever. And so, a lot of these things that go bump in the night are bumping on camera. And it's part of me wants to find out what it is, and part of me believes that ignorance is bliss.
I'm happy not running into it.
That's kind of my thought. I'm like, I'm a high functioning alcoholic just working in healthcare. I don't have any painful military service to reflect on. I mean, thank you for your service.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I never had the honor of serving, but I'm glad I don't have those demons to deal with, because I'm struggling with my own. I hope we get the answer to this stuff eventually. With the Sean mentioned the UA, what do you call it? UAP, UFOs. there's been congressional hearings recently about the existence of this stuff, and it's like, okay, well, if we're finally willing to go on record with that, what's next? Maybe 5 years from now, maybe there'll be a committee on Gugwe, Sasquatch, whatever.
I got a question. Hold on, Steve. I'm sorry.
No,
Does everybody's volume sound good that we're talking? Or no?
I can hear everybody well. Can you guys hear me?
Fine with me.
I can hear you guys clear.
Okay. All right, so I'm using a pretty crappy set of earbuds, but it's working.
Yeah, so am I.
Pam, Palm.
Oh God! I bought a $300.
The volume keeps going up and down.
Yeah, I bought a $300 stereo headset to do the show with, and the stupid ones that came with my iPhone apparently work better on this broadcast. I don't know why, but I hate technology sometimes. Cryptid and Paranormal made a neat comment. When the Tassie tigers were alive, they were known to stand on hind legs and hop like a kangaroo when they looked for prey. Okay, well, Tassie tiger is a canine, or was a canine.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know it either.
They had a pouch too. Didn't they have a pouch, right? Didn't they have a pouch?
I don't know. Also? I knew that they weren't a tiger at all. They were
marsupial, right? Weren't they marsupial? No.
I thought they were canine species. Creepers may be able to
yeah, Connor will tell us. Connor, chime in and let us know, man.
I'm going to say goodnight to my daughter really quick. I'll be right back.
No problem, buddy. Do what you got to do.
Good, man.
Yeah, but hitting on the topic of that, I mean, just in Australia alone, they have the most exotic animals that aren't seen anywhere else around the world. Kangaroos, for example, the platypus. You don't see that anywhere else. Just like with the Komodo dragon, it's only found on one island. Yeah.
Yeah, that's God's cruel joke. Half duck, half beaver, and it has a poisonous nail sticking out of the back of their claw. Come on.
Oh, so I didn't know that.
I mean, really?
Yeah. Yeah, the males are poisonous. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Don't mess with one when you're down there, huh?
No, I pretty much have. I've never had the thrill of going to. I've traveled the world a lot, but I've never gotten to go to Australia. I'm pretty much convinced that everything there wants to kill you.
The most venomous snakes, spiders.
Yeah, like the snakes, the mammals, the fish. It's it's exotic, beautiful stuff, but it reminds me of like the stuff on the planet in the movie Avatar.
Oh,
they're running on those biosuits. I was like, oh yeah, this is a livable moon. Well, this wants to kill you, and that wants to kill you, and that's going to kill you, and yeah. But, neat stuff. So a marsupial canine.
Hey, thank you.
Up in its hind legs. That adds a whole new level of credibility to Dogman, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And I see in the comments, I can't pronounce the name. I don't want to say it, butcher it. To Shit the Wolf said, not going to lie, I wouldn't mind seeing a Bigfoot or Dogman, Gugwe, Big Nope. But the other two, I would. I have seen 2 Thunderbirds at 2 different times in my life, so I wouldn't mind seeing. So that's something that blows my mind and sparks my interest is the
I've experienced something like that.
Really?
I've done pictures of it. Yeah, like a couple times. But I got one real good picture of what I think it is. Thing looks like a legit pterodactyl. No joke.
Oh,
that's what people keep seeing. People like that. That's somewhat cited somewhat frequently in Los Angeles as pterodactyl sightings on the border of the mountains and stuff. That's not.
Well, they got the sighting in Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea, there was people from the United States that were helping out the people there, and they have one part of Papua New Guinea. These things are flying around, and they have it on video. They're nesting in trees. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I'll send you the documentary, you guys.
Yeah, if you could, I'd love to check that because I know a buddy of mine who's a fellow researcher up in the Fresno area, about 2 hours north. His name's Javi. He has a YouTube channel called Cryptid 559, and he's done a documentary where he said it came off the side of the bridge. And it looked like a pterodactyl. So
yeah, these things. Wow. Yeah, these things are flying all over.
Years ago.
Well,
and it was flying all over in the air. It was like I was on the ground, and it was on the ground looking through like a root structure. I mean, you'll see the picture, but it was like on the ground, and you could see the back of its head and its beak and its two eyes. But
Wow.
and it was about my size. It wasn't giant, but it was about my size or a little bit bigger. I'm about,
You're a pretty
like,
tall guy, though,
240.
Sean. You stated
Yeah.
earlier. You're
Yeah, he's
what,
6'3",
6'4"? Yeah, 6'3".
Well,
Yeah.
you know, I always thought that pterodactyls and pteranodons were small. Like I guess I watched too many Disney movies. I pictured them as something like, you know, hawk-sized. And then I went to the Field Museum in Chicago, and they had a
Oh, they're
reconstruction of one,
massive. Yeah.
and they're like 20 feet tall.
They're scary.
shoot.
Their skeletons are scary.
Yeah, they
If
could
you ran
literally
into
like
one.
grab me and fly away with me. My wife and I took the family out to see the new Jurassic World film the other night, and there's a scene in there where you, I don't know what the full name of the organism is, but it was something called a quetzal, and essentially it was like a giant, part bird, part reptile thing. It had feathers, and I mean in the film, assuming it's portrayed as real size, I mean it took out like a World War II two-engine plane.
Wow,
You know,
crazy.
maybe that's our Thunderbird. You know, maybe
Right.
maybe they aren't all extinct. You know, there's been countless examples of animals that are declared extinct that turn up later. You know, like the coelacanth. There's even been some recent sightings that they think are Tassie tigers.
Yeah.
You know, they've got
Yeah.
a couple of good frames of footage that
Trail
that's what
cams.
they think it is. Yep, trail cam, video trail cam,
A
and
lot
people
of
kind of
Oh,
cellular
you could see it.
fusion.
No, you could
because,
see
I mean-
it. Steve's right. You could see the stripes on it when it's walking away from the trail cam. There's nothing else out there with stripes on it like this.
Yeah, and the
That-
Tassie
that's
only
the
went
crazy
extinct
thing.
like 1931 or something like that. I'm probably wrong on
Yeah.
the year, but
Yeah.
Great Depression era. You know, there's good black and white movie footage of Tassies, so we have something to compare it to. You know, I mean, like with the dinosaurs, we'd like to think we know what they would look like. We'd like to think that the
When I
producers
saw it in
of
the
Jurassic
picture, I
Park-
didn't believe it. I had to show it to like 5 people to be like, "What is that? Like, do you see what I'm seeing? Like, no judgment." And I've had it like there was quite a few people that agreed with me, so it wasn't just my crazy ass saying that. But they looked. It was so weird looking at it that I was just like, God, I gotta share this with people just to see like where they stand on it.
Yeah, it's crazy with the stuff that's out there. I mean, the stuff that's coming out that people are seeing. You know, I mean, a little bit weird. A little bit weird. And we are on what? We're almost at 2 hours, aren't we?
We're doing pretty well here. Hopefully,
I
DA will
don't
be
know.
back to join us soon. I know he's
I was-
missing some.
I was going to say,
pressure
DA's going to
conversation.
jump in. Yeah.
He was the most excited about
Yeah,
having
he's
you
gonna-
guys on, and he's missing it.
Well, we should do it again.
I'm gonna
We'll have the pictures ready for everybody, and I'd really like it help a lot more if I had them to explain everything, so
Oh,
that I
sure.
think everyone
Right.
would appreciate that.
There are two things that are consistent about our show over the months to year that we've done this. One is the technology will fail us at least once. And at some point, if we go long enough, we'll get off topic. Just because we get so wrapped up in the the whole format of our show is basically, I don't like to call it a panel. It's more like a group of people sitting at a bar with a drink talking about stuff.
Right.
Oh, look at there he
Yep,
is.
there he is. There he is.
The man, the myth, the moron. I'm back.
His ears must have been burning.
Yep.
All righty. Well, you've missed some pretty good conversation, DA. We've had some interesting stuff come up here. It's awesome.
Outstanding.
And no one even asked where you were. That's the crazy
Nobody cared.
part.
I see you have got I should disappear more often. We're
No, they did. I'm always
24
joking.
viewers.
They did. I was like, what happened to DA? Where'd he go?
Where'd the idiot in the hat go?
Yeah, DA leaves and 10 viewers show up.
That's right.
Well, we got to what? Steve's not lying. We got to what? What? How many? 140? I mean,
I don't know
now,
how
I mean,
I got it. I wasn't watching it. I know we were at least 127. I saw that, but
We're at 126
Yeah.
right now.
I was so wrapped up.
It was up.
I mean, literally riveted by the conversation of these gentlemen. So,
yeah, it went up pretty high, man. It was up to the 136. I looked up at one time. I was like, wow. So
That's freaking
we had
awesome.
some good people on.
well, we did miss you.
Yeah, how did your conversation go with Miss Jessica?
We went really well. It was a good show.
That's awesome.
You guys check that out over at Spaced Out Radio, but watch it after we're done here.
And everybody leaves.
Yeah, I was gonna go check it out. I was gonna log into my phone, but I didn't want to be rude and have it playing in the background and hearing it. Like, what's DA
Yeah,
saying?
you see Shane looking over.
What's going on?
Shane's looking over at his phone.
And he'll be like,
You're right.
So I have a question.
Turn the volume
DA.
down.
Did anybody come on her show and ask her out again or no?
No, not tonight. At least not that I noticed.
Okay, good.
yeah, I'm
All
a
right,
little hurt.
good.
Nobody's asked me out on this show either, but whatever.
Oh, Steve, you've had your share of people asking you, these women asking you, oh, Steve's so
whatever.
cute. We've had that already.
Hey, I
haven't had it.
I am
I mean,
the
come on.
bitch, and that's all I have to say. No. My wife would argue that, but no.
Wanted to jump right back into everything. I know I've kind of missed out on the last hour conversation, but Shane, I want to ask you something.
Yes,
I
sir.
know we've already kind of gone over Dogman, and I know there's a rising number of Dogman sightings in California.
Yes, sir.
If you look at the demographics put out by the NADP, roughly 54% of Dogman sightings in the United States are in Region 2 here in the Midwest, but there's a growing number in other places. What kind of encounters are you hearing out in California? Are you hearing any kind of violent encounters, or are the people just seeing them?
Just people seeing them. I know I was listening to Vic kind of show about 2 weeks ago, and a girl was talking about an encounter when she was little out kind of where I'd say east of where Sean's at. I forget the town. It's more the desert of, eastern LA. But I mean, she talked about it appearing in her window. So, I wrote it down, the area, Devil's Punch Bowls, and other. I use any type of sighting or any platform that here in California. I write it down. Santa Cruz Mountains is another one. Northern California. Jody Cook actually shared the photo when I first started West Coast Dogman Project. He shared with me and said, hey, you share these photos. They came out of the Jedediah National Forest. And it's that one where you see the dogman walking away next to that redwood tree. And then if you zoom in, it looks like it's flipping you off almost. But that's probably one of the most legit photos I've seen, other than Sean's evidence and what I've seen other people out here in California share. I document every single one I come across and try to, go out to these areas when I get free time to go research, like I've been doing in Shaver Lake the last month and a half, going up there and with the recent sightings I've heard within the last few years, and just trying to find evidence. And next place I do plan on going is the Devil's Punch Bowl, and then Santa Cruz Mountain Range, and then I want to hit up Sean's research area eventually one day, the Black Star Canyon.
Yeah, definitely go out together sometime.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think of the and I know it's making the rounds on Facebook, or the now infamous Amarillo, Texas Dogman photo? What do you guys think?
Sean, I'll let you go first, bro.
Which one is that?
It's the one that was supposedly taken by the zoo camera through a chain link fence.
I think it's real.
Oh, the guy walking. The one that's walking?
Yeah, it's just a still.
Yeah, that's the photo.
Yeah.
I think it's real. I can't prove it, but I think it's real.
Shane, what about you, bud?
I know for sure I've watched a lot of the news segments, and it's made its way, I'd say, across the world now, because a buddy of mine sent me the link, and our local news station here talked about it, and then he sent me another one, and it was in Australia. And I do believe the photo is legit, because Amarillo Zoo has claimed it as theirs, but the subject in the picture, it looks too small to be a dogman. The leg structure, if it is someone in a suit, playing a joke, that's definitely something I keep an open mind on. But I honestly think with it being in Texas in the area, Skinwalker has written all over it to me. I know I've read certain accounts where they say it's a chupacabra. Chupacabra, no. It's either at 1:25 in the morning. That's, things that go bump in the night are active. So I would say it's a Skinwalker. That's just my opinion. Yeah. But
well, me personally, I know the Amarillo Zoo has said yes, that's our photo. I don't doubt the authenticity or at least the provenance of the photo. I don't think it's a real creature. If you look at it, I don't think the proportions are right. The head looks like it's like an oversized mask. I think it's a hoax, me personally. And that's just my opinion. I could be 100% wrong, but just my gut tells me it's not real.
Yeah,
right.
And that's why
I'm a firm believer in Dogman. Don't get me wrong, I've had a dogman sighting. I just don't think that picture is real. I think it's a hoax.
Yeah.
Jessica, thank you so much. I had a great time.
It's not that often the DA lets us off the leash, so it was kind of fun to.
Yeah, no, it was cool chit chatting with Steve and Anthony and Sean. I mean, even with you gone for an hour, we've still kept it going, and it was interesting. The questions, the topics.
Well, it went by really quick with Jessica, so I was kind of keeping half an eye on you guys. I didn't have that have the audio up, but I had it on the side, and I would keep looking over at you guys to make sure you guys are still going strong.
Yeah,
I can go over.
He was checking. Steve, he was watching over us. Steve, the Godfather was watching over us.
It's probably good that he was. I function better with adult supervision.
Jessica said that y'all were left without adult supervision.
I didn't see it coming. Oh Lord. Well, when
Dennis Spanky kind of comments on that, he says its legs look too long to me, but it might have moved so fast it was deformed in the photo delivery. I just think of look at the proportions. I don't think the proportions are right, and I think if you look at the one leg, it pretty much goes straight up and down. It looks more like it's like on a stick than like it's actually moving. Yeah. If that makes sense. Mm-hmm. But again, I am no expert. I don't claim to be an expert on anything. That's just my gut.
And like you always say, trust your gut feeling, like we all have different opinions on it. So that's what's cool about this is we're talking about the photo that's circulating around social media and the news outlets. So, I mean, we're all putting our own intake on it. Well, that's what the Real Zoo even said. Give us what your opinion is.
Did you guys get a
chance
even
to like, talk what's his name, Connor?
Did you guys get a chance to talk about the pictures of that nest you found?
What was that?
No.
Did you guys get a chance to talk about the nest?
Excuse me.
Oh, no, we didn't.
I wanted to bring some because that's one of the few pictures I did manage to get loaded before StreamYard stopped letting me upload photos.
Yeah, I can't speak for Anthony DA, but I'm too stupid to use the technology here to pull up any pictures, so I'm sorry for that.
Suck at tech.
Yeah, Shane, you want to tell us a little bit about these pictures?
Yeah, so the wife and I about 3 weeks ago we're out hiking Shaver Lake, and this was actually that photo right there. I don't know if it's the same den. It was from where we were at. It shows it was two different areas on our map, but that first one we were just hiking along, and I was finding I thought some legit looking tree structures, and then we saw that. And I'm like, what is this? I've heard of dogmen and Sasquatch making dens, but I don't know if it is a den or if it's a blind. That's why I sent it to you, DA, a couple of weeks ago to see what do you think. I even sat in there, and I was kind of creeped out, but I wasn't looking for evidence. I should have been looking for hair, scat, something, or animal carcass, but I just was so intrigued by it. I was like, whoa, this is a pretty cool looking den. My wife told me to get away from it, but, I'm curious, so I went and sat down in there.
Did you smell anything?
No, I didn't. I just smelled like the forest, the good smells of the redwoods and cedar. So
when you first sent those pictures to me, I know you and I discussed the possibility that might be somebody practicing bushcraft skills, but the more I look at it, it doesn't have the lines of even any survival shelter I've ever seen in any survival manual. It's more nest-like. It's kind of woven together. Every survival shelter I've ever seen basically has some places where things have been tied off together to build like a lean-to formation, and then things are woven in. That's built like a blind, like an animal nest. It doesn't look like something that a person would normally build as any kind of survival shelter. It looks like something an animal would lay in.
It's very much a scaled-up bird's nest, kind of. Everything just kind of all the pieces are woven in a circular formation, right?
Yeah, a lot of the branches are broken. They're
they're not cut; they're broken,
twisted.
Wow.
Yeah. Then we saw the other one 2 weeks later, the second photo you shared, and then I didn't know if that photo. I know it's not in the same area; it's in the general area, but I'd say he was probably 200-300 yards away because the tree line, if you go straight back from there, was only to the meadow is only about 100 yards. And that's why I was so blown away how close it was. And then we saw the teepee tree structure, and that's why I was trying to take so many photos of that. That was really close by too. And Then
I
we
tried to
found the bear
find
scat.
the photos that I'd gotten from a guy here in Missouri. He lives on the up. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's a little bitty town's on the Mark Twain in the Mark Twain. But he had talked to him, and he had cited what he thought was a dogman on his property, and he found a structure very similar to that, not 20 yards off into the woods on his behind his house.
The one
He
like the
said
den?
what he felt like was something was using it to observe his house and watch his kids.
Wow.
Something in my experience is just my experience, but the difference between their structures, the dogmen and the Sasquatch, from my experience dealing with them, it always seems the Sasquatch, their stuff is looks more artistic. It looks better woven together. Where imagine designing something with claws. That's what like the dogman stuff would look like. They would have a harder time necessarily meting stuff, because I'll find stuff that I feel is from Sasquatch, but the intricacy of it is like very different than stuff that my gut tells me like, okay, this isn't Sasquatch, this is Dogman. But that's just like, and I think that is a Dogman structure. I don't know, like I can't prove that, but just the way
I'm
the
with you,
sticks are
Sean.
put on it and everything, it's kind of sloppy. Sasquatch
Yeah.
stuff usually looks a lot better.
The nesting photos I've seen, and the one nest I found that I believe was a Sasquatch nest, was woven together like a big bird's nest, like a very overlarge bird's nest. And it was on the ground, and it didn't have any covering. It was underneath a tree, but it didn't have a structure built over it. And when I looked at pictures of the nests that are constructed by great apes, it was very similar to the style of nests made by great apes. So there's no over structures; they build them under overhanging branches. But the dogman, the dogman quote unquote nests or blinds that you see look very much like that, like they're just kind of this big dome structure where they can crawl in and stay behind. So I would definitely agree with you, Sean. I think that's a dogman structure.
Well,
Wow.
Sean's
Well,
point
that's
makes
cool to
perfect
hear your
sense.
guys' input on that, because
I mean, well, Sean's comment makes perfect sense. I mean, if we compare these creatures to the nearest comparable thing that we know of,
Mhm.
you know, primate hands are more dexterous than raccoon hands that people said that the dogman looked like. I mean, raccoons could do quite a heck of a lot, but they're not going to do embroidery.
Right.
Like
Another thing that stands out on that for me is, I'll bring that picture back up. Another thing that stands out is when you look at that is if like I'd originally said that I thought it might be possibly like a survival shelter by somebody practicing bushcraft, none of that has been cut.
yeah.
And if it was somebody doing bushcraft guys will take either a hatchet or a machete to make their shelters with. I'll be able to chop branches off. None of these are cut. You can see some of these have been twisted.
If someone was doing that.
Yeah, some of these have been broken and twisted. And if you look straight at the one at the very middle, the top of this, you can see where that has been snapped and twisted. And that's a pretty good sized branch. That would take some serious torque to be able to twist that
Can you
around.
zoom
like
in
that.
on the picture by any chance?
I can't, not with StreamYard.
Okay. In the right-hand corner of it, there's a piece that's missing bark in the way that it's peeled up, and you can see a couple others like that.
Mhm.
That's very common when I'm interacting with them. That's like an obsessive thing.
It wouldn't
Like,
be surprised to see
oftentimes,
teeth marks
like,
on that.
They oftentimes the bark is completely peeled off, and they love those little like bug. I don't know what they're called, but they're the ones that make those little intricate patterns and stuff that drill through the wood. I seem to really notice they love putting those in their structures.
Mhm.
Like that's oftentimes I don't see that too much with the Sasquatch.
Now, I don't claim to be any kind of expert on structures or tree knots or vocalizations, but these are just based on eyewitness encounters, firsthand evidence collected, studying photographs from other encounters and other websites. I lean heavily toward that being a dogman structure because, like Sean was saying, the Bigfoot ones seem to be more, for want of a better term, more artistically woven together. They're created with more intent. The dogman structures are like, I got to get this crap put together, and I'm going to get in it. Let's get it.
yeah.
Like screw it. It doesn't have to look good.
Yeah.
It's just got to.
It's funny you say that, DA. Our little Morky that I mentioned earlier, DA knows him well. And one of the funnest things to watch him do is he's got, a dog bed, a little puffy bed. but will throw a blanket down the floor. Well, he will try to make himself a little den out of the blanket on his bed, and watching a creature with no hands try to weave this little thing and get himself underneath it, and by the time he's done, the little fool's got himself a pretty good little tent. And you figure the dogmen at least have the dexterity that they can use their front limbs to do things. But yeah, you kind of like Dia said, it's like, fuck it, it's cold, I'm gonna get something to sleep.
Like anybody that's ever pitched a tent in the rain, it is not put together pretty. It is slapped together to get you out of the rain. Something else I was going to say. I hate it when I do that. I draw a complete blank. And of course, now that I'm back, Steve and Anthony quit asking questions and quit talking.
No. I was going to say, Connor sent you photos of some structures that he got in Australia on his property.
Did he send those to my email?
Did you get those?
I haven't checked my email. Let me check that real quick.
I don't know.
Well, he's looking for that, Shane.
I mean, that'd be pretty cool to compare.
To speak to your little dogman den photo, you said you got climbed inside of it. Like,
yeah, I just sat in there.
I mean, how big are we talking? Like, could you comfortably fit through the opening, or was it one of these?
I was able to sit down with the photo. If you look at the photo, I was able. My head was at the top of right where the entrance was. I didn't go all the way in. It wasn't really deep in. I would say probably about maybe 6 feet in, but
gotcha.
It was pretty creepy. But at the same time, I was like, "Oh, I don't know what it is." I didn't know if it was. Like I said, I'm not an expert on structures myself. I just thought it was really interesting and stood out. So I was like, I've heard of dogmen making dens, and then I've also heard Sasquatch. So I didn't know what it was. And then
guys, keep your fingers crossed. I'm going to try to upload these photos. These are from Australia of another den. I've got them in my messenger, and I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that StreamYard will actually let me load them. Well, now, I'll preface this with showing your den photo again. Tell us where this was taken.
This was up in Shaver Lake, California, Sasquatch territory. That's what it's been known. But the last few years, what's up?
Shaver Lake, California. Okay.
Yes.
Now go ahead. What were you saying? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Up near Fresno? Yeah, so east of Fresno in the mountains, I'd say about an hour east of Fresno. But yeah, this was off a street called Dinky Creek Road up there in Shaver Lake. I guess there's been some missing 411s in recent years, or I mean, I'm not too familiar with the area. I know I've been there when I was younger as a kid, but never thought of it being, dogman or Sasquatch turf. So,
so the consensus between all of us, we all pretty much agree. We believe this was a dogman structure, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I got this one to load. This one is from Australia.
Oh.
Okay.
You look at that; it's extremely similar to how that was built.
Yeah.
Very
much so. I mean, different vegetation being used because of the different climate, but yeah.
These images are from Australia of an well, I wouldn't say identical, but I will say a very similar structure.
Yeah, just like thrown together, like you said, like how dogmen normally do dens. Not pretty like a Sasquatch would,
Right.
Woven together.
I'm shocked it actually let me upload those.
And it's funny, Shane. You keep on talking about how you felt kind of foolish, crawling into that den or whatever. Like, maybe what's the smartest thing to do. I don't know why we as humans do that. My wife and I took a trip to the UK several years ago, and we were in Cornwall, and there's a very old stone structure there. It's it's believed to be made by the people that did Stonehenge, and it's called the Crickstone, and it literally is it looks like the number 101. It's 2 pillars in this stone with a circle cut out of it. And it's about an 18-inch circle, and this is supposed to be like a some type of a Neolithic thing. Well, first thing I did was crawl through it because
curiosity.
So then later we're talking to the locals. We're like, oh yeah, the Piskies live there. I'm like, the Piskies. It's like, oh yeah. Back in the day when a woman was barren, they would pass her through the Crickstone, and the Piskie would bless her womb, and she would have children. And I'm like, okay,
Steve's pregnant.
So I'm like, okay, well, this has some religious significance, first of all, so it's probably sacrilegious I crawled through it. 2, if it really does have any power, I really don't want to get pregnant by the Piskies. And I was like, and my dumbass crawled through it. And of course, it was raining, so I literally crawled through a puddle to crawl through this damn hole. And I'm like, why did I do that? But human nature, I guess.
Yeah, I think that you, like you said, just human nature.
Hey,
Do things that are out of the ordinary.
well, and another thing is, my wife and Steve's wife can attest. If you get the two of us together and alcohol's involved, stupid things are going to happen.
Well, my dad and I believe in something. We call it the theory of relatives. And, everybody knows Einstein's theory of relativity, right? E equals mc squared, etc. Well, I consider DA family. He's my brother from another mother. In my family, the more of us that you get together, the lower our collective IQ gets. It's like this weird
throw alcohol in there, right?
Well, the alcohol only makes it better, yeah.
Makes it more memorable.
A couple of years ago, when DA was first starting the idea of trying to do a podcast to help market his book universe, it was just going to be the two of us because we just hung out together. We hadn't met Anthony yet. We weren't blessed to have all the great contacts we have now, and we were going to call it Two Morons No Waiting because we couldn't think of anything else that would. It was just going to be one of those things,
One of those.
So this is kind of the natural progression of Two Morons No Waiting.
Now you guys got a successful show. I mean, look at what you created, you guys. Yeah, I was going to ask you, where did you come up with the name? What is Ex Machina? Is that like a...
Well, there's a literary term called Deus Ex Machina, and it's a writing trope. Have you ever read a book where the writer creates a situation that's so bad it looks like the main character's going to die, and then something miraculously happens and he survives?
Mm-hmm.
That's called Deus Ex Machina. It means machine of the gods. Basically, where they put something in that specifically saves this character when he should have died. And it's a writing trope, and I try not to make that happen in my books. I try to make anything that happens with my characters believable, and characters die. And I've been called Dr. Death because I kill a lot of characters.
Oh man,
there are a lot of writers that give their characters what they call plot armor, so the character will survive no matter what, no matter whether it's a main character or what. It's Deus Ex Machina, machine of the gods, to keep this character alive. Well, I wanted to do something that alluded to me being a writer, and my own take on not only cryptids but the writing world, because we talk about books and horror in general a lot of times. So I took that Deus Ex Machina, machine of the gods, and I changed it to DA Ex Machina, machine of DA.
Oh, nice.
Basically,
I love the name. I was wondering where it
basically
came from.
my take on all of that.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. And you know how you say you kill off certain characters. I hope you don't kill William Grey Eagle in your new book.
I'm not going to say.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll have to find out.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure that when we came up with a show that it wasn't going to be a very strict genre-driven, pigeonholed thing. It isn't a cryptid show per se. It isn't a horror show. It's not a writer's show. It's literally, the virtual equivalent of a few guys sitting around with a beer, just talk about whatever.
Which was all we ever envisioned for it to be a bunch of people sitting around have a conversation. That's why when any guest we've ever had the show, it's not like we're asking just rapid fire questions. It's not like your typical interview show. It's more like just a bunch of guys sitting around having a conversation. And that's what the mood we always want to go for.
Yeah, you guys do a great job out.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate
especially
it. With thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys. I mean, we've been fortunate to have some really good guests, so I certainly count you guys among them. We enjoy doing this, and it's something I hope we get to enjoy doing for a lot of years to come. We're just barely over 100 episodes, so I think we're just getting started.
Well, we're all good friends, and all of our guests are friends by association.
Exactly. We tell people all the time, we don't have fans, we have friends.
Yeah.
That's cool how you guys do that, because I mean, it feels like a big old family. How Steve said, there's a bunch of guys sitting at the bar drinking a beer, talking cryptids, and I mean that's like
how many times do I text you, Shane, during the week? Twice, 3 times, sometimes.
On Messenger, you hit me up about 3 or 4 times, and then I just called.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like Right, like everybody gets along, everybody talks, everybody. I mean,
Yeah.
I talk to Fred in Alaska all the time. I talk to Jessica all the time. We just keep in contact. Everybody just, info and everybody working together, getting information out.
And I think that's what's going
That's
to
the whole
help us
thing.
get our answers down the road, is with everybody collaborating together and coming together with the same interest in dogmen or cryptids in general. And I think eventually we will get those answers, and the government, maybe 10, 15 years down the road, will start releasing, the Patterson Gimlin film and saying, hey, this has not been debunked. I mean, it's been 50-something years
the
now.
FBI released a report on that a couple of years ago.
Oh, did they?
The FBI released, and granted, it was a highly redacted report. It's available online. I'll see if I can hunt it up and maybe share it on the show. But just look up FBI Bigfoot report, because it was a document that was released just a couple of years ago by the FBI. And again, portions of it are redacted. But basically, it boils down to this. The FBI said they found there to be enough evidence to support the existence of the creature, but they believed it was dead.
Wow.
Of course.
So the government, even in that FBI report, admitted they believed the Patterson Gimlin footage was real.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
I'm
Hey,
100% on
that's
board
good for the
with that.
Sasquatch community. I mean, that's right there. They're releasing it just like they are the UFO photos and videos.
Yeah.
That's not the only
Shane,
thing.
even in Florida, DA seen it, Steve seen it in their FWC pamphlet from the Swanee River area. You cannot kill a Sasquatch, a swamp ape. It's prohibited.
So they're already protected.
Yeah, they prohibit you from killing this creature, so that kind of legitimizes it. So
wasn't the
Gimlin
governor of Oklahoma have a hit out on these things for like $2 million or $4 million?
Not a hit. It's a $3 million bounty on one taken alive.
Oh, alive. Okay.
It specifies it has to be alive. This was sent to me by one of the viewers of the show. This is on a scout camp wall in British Columbia.
Oh my!
Wow.
That was put out by the Canadian government, basically warning people that they're in the area. I think more and more that the governments are slowly admitting they're out there. For example, up in the Pacific Northwest, there are trails marked with Sasquatch breeding area. Be careful! Don't leave the trail. There are Army manuals that were made for up in Fort Lewis, Washington, in the survival manuals that warned you would possibly run into Sasquatch type creatures. I knew a couple guys that went up there for survival training, and they were laughing about it. And the instructor's like, "Laugh all you want till you get out there, and then you come back and you tell me you don't believe in them now." And they both came back believers.
It's funny that the FBI film or FBI report says they believe it's enough evidence, they believe it exists, but we don't believe it's dead. When was the Gimlin film shot? Like 67, 68?
Yeah, I think 67, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking 50 years ago.
Yeah,
I hope the damn thing's dead.
Well,
there is
it's not a fluke. It's not one.
There is another part to the film, though.
Country. It's not one Bigfoot with a helicopter, so he can just hop around parts of the country to show up.
There is another part.
Oh, what is that, Anthony?
It's that was only one part of the film. They didn't show you the other part that they talk about. That's actually coming out now. That they killed the whole family of them. There's actually guys out there with rifles.
I don't know if that's actually ever been substantiated, but that's a persistent rumor that's going around that was only part of the footage. MK Davis has talked about it. A few other people have talked about seeing portions of that video, but supposedly there was more than one Bigfoot there, and some of them were killed. Again, can't say with any degree of certainty that it's true, but I wouldn't doubt it at the same time.
That they stumbled upon dead bodies, or that they were out there?
That a hunting party killed them.
Oh, okay.
They actually went out there. What happened was it was actually destroying equipment and scaring off the loggers. Okay, and they hired these hunters to come out, or professional hunters, or whoever they were, and hunt these things down. So they were asked supposedly by the guy that shot the film to film these things. And that one that you seen, the female walking, supposedly they shot a baby and left it there wounded to draw out the mother out of the wood line. And
Wow.
that's where the film ends, where you see her walking away. I mean, it's speculation. It's all, woo, but the story is going around. I mean, and that's what, they're saying.
And the interesting thing about it is the story doesn't seem to go away. You'll hear it pop up and people go, oh, no, that didn't happen. And then it'll surface again. So I think there's some truth to it. I just don't know how much truth.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, it makes sense.
Sorry, I got to kill a spider.
It makes sense. I mean, it's sad to think of it that way, but
Where did you go, you little bastard?
Talking about killing Sasquatch and DA over here killing spiders.
I'll burn your house down,
Kill
little
a
bastard.
spider. I hate spiders.
first on-screen
blame
murder
you.
on our show.
I will charge headlong at a dogman, but freaking spiders freak me out.
Oh, I don't blame you.
No, I hate spiders.
8
And I'm a
legs,
firm
not
believer there's two
normal.
kinds of snakes in this world. There's the kind of snake that'll kill you, and the kind of snake that'll make you kill yourself trying to get away from it.
That's very true.
Oh, I love
That's it.
reptiles.
Not me.
Anybody who has any transient fear of snakes, once they've come across that blue racer, their whole world changes. Because
I saw one of those in Arkansas this last
those
weekend.
little bastards damn near levitate, and they'll shoot across the
They're
grass
so
at you.
fast.
Oh,
And
wow.
they're harmless. They eat bugs and mice and stuff like that. But the damn things will charge you, and they will bounce off of you and head off in an opposite direction when you try to chase them. So as soon as you turn your back, they Pearl Harbor you again. And if you have any fear of snakes, they will scare the holy shit out of you, because they tear off at you like 30 miles an hour and bounce off of you. They just screw with you.
That's crazy. I've never heard that.
I have seen many a Cub Scout run screaming to his dad when we've encountered them in the woods, because, like I said, they're harmless, but they're little assholes. And they're just creepy as heck. They don't move like you think a snake should move. And
That's crazy. Is that a
Most of you guys
sidewinder you
know-
said?
it's called a blue racer.
Yeah, it's a type of
Oh, blue
salamander.
racer.
A lizard.
Okay.
Yes, it's a.
It's actually a blue-tailed skink, I believe is
Is it?
what it actually is.
Okay.
Last week was my birthday, and my son got me
Happy
something
late
really
birthday,
cool.
brother.
Yeah, happy birthday.
I don't know if you can see it. It's a Bigfoot pop vinyl.
Nice.
It's
My
amazing.
light is really kind of screwing
Yeah,
with it.
your ring light is messing with it.
Yeah. Bring it back for a little further.
Show me the other one, DA, that you picked up at that Falk, Arkansas.
Oh, yeah. And this one I just picked up over the weekend. I popped into the store at the Monster Mart in Falk, Arkansas.
Oh, heck yeah.
It's a
That's
patty, isn't it?
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Oh, that's cool.
That is
Little
awesome.
action figure.
That is cool. Yeah, that is sick.
I also have a T-shirt. I'm wearing the T-shirt, but you can't really see it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Falk, Arkansas is a neat little place.
Awesome.
See if I've got the sticker.
Is that the Boogie Creek monster that was out there?
Boggy Creek? Yeah.
Boggy Creek. I'm sorry, I butchered that. Right on. You gonna put that on your vehicle?
Oh, God, yes.
Heck
It
yeah.
says the Beast Lives, Monster Mart, Falk, Arkansas. That is
Right
definitely
on.
going on my car.
There you go.
My wife's like, when I told her I was putting it on my car.
Another one.
Yeah. She's like, seriously? Are you going to Bigfoot stickers all over that car? I'm like, maybe. I don't know.
I have some West Coast stickers coming in that are 5x5, and I was gonna throw them on my truck, and the wife's like, "Are you serious? Another one?" I was like, "Yeah, I got to replace the smaller one with a bigger one."
Apparently, Blues and G has also been tortured by the blue racer.
Oh wow.
Those are evil little monsters.
Yeah, I am not scared of snakes, but God, those damn things.
I breed like roach feeders and stuff, like these big orange giant. I forgot what they're called. They're like dubia roaches, but they grow in like South American caves in like Brazil, and they eat the dead bats and shit. But they're these like really big orange roaches and stuff.
Yep.
And I breed thousands of those things, more just for fun. But like they don't bite or anything. But I've always had like an interest in that stuff.
Mother Nature is terrifying and just unique all at once. A few years ago, I lived in the Philippines, and I lived in Manila for about 4 months or so. and I worked a night job, and so to accommodate for the time change, there's like a 14-hour time change between where I live and there. And so we were sitting outside this Starbucks that was open all night and just smoking cigarettes. And we, this roach comes crawling up towards our little party, attracted by the light, Well, the roaches in Manila are about 4 inches long.
Tropical roaches are giant.
And so it's crawling towards us, and it was just me and the 4 females that I was with. And they're freaking out about it. And I'm trying to be the bit nice alpha male. I'm like, I'll kill it for you. And I walk towards the thing and I go to step on it. About the time I get to it and I got my leg raised up, it flies at my head. I didn't know the damn things flew.
It's got to be terrifying.
So at that moment, I had an out-of-body experience. I went screaming away like a girl. And they laughed so hard they nearly died at me. And it was like, of course, it immediately flies like your hair, your face. I'm like, get it off, get it off, get it off. The adventure of the cockroach,
Yeah, we got them here in Florida.
They fly away with your dog.
Big palmetto bugs. If you ever seen anybody get into an accident, yeah, you'll hang out here by me in the summertime when they fly in a convertible and you'll see a convertible Corvette go off the road and hit a tree because of a palmetto bug. It's the truth. I've seen it. It's crazy. Yeah. Just, right into a tree. Boom.
I love it.
Especially if you're buzzed.
Interesting creatures.
In your face. Going 80.
Yeah.
I was riding my motorcycle down the interstate one time, running about 75 miles an hour, and a hornet hit my helmet and stuck right beneath the padding, stung me in the side of the head like 6 or 7 times before I could get that bike off the road. I slid it sideways in the median. I was tearing my helmet off. A highway patrolman going the other way whipped around and comes back over there, and he's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "I got a damn hornet in my helmet."
Oh, that's crazy.
My whole side of my head swelled up. It looked like I had my ass kicked.
Oh, that sucks.
It stung the crap out of me.
That's no joke. It sits to your face.
Yeah, it hit like a bullet,
hornets repeatedly sting too, don't they?
Oh yeah, they can just keep stinging.
Compared to like a regular bee only stings once.
Yeah.
They had the overall personality of Clint Eastwood too. The damn thing's all tacky just because it looked at you wrong.
Angry at the world.
Exactly.
I know you guys had said that you're hearing more and more Gugwe stories as well as from California. What are some of the accounts you've collected from California about Gugwe?
Sean, you want to go first, bro?
Well, my stuff is my own stuff. I don't really talk to anybody else or anything on anything. I kind of do everything on my own, honestly. I mean, Shane, you talk to way more people than I do. That's like your thing. Way more than me.
I mean, I haven't really came up with much evidence of Gugwe in California. Just I know from talking to Sean and seeing his stuff, and then I'm really learning a lot about him from Ryan Tremblay and picking his brain because he seems to be very knowledgeable. And
I had Ryan on the show. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah, great guy. Yes, and
awesome dude.
Spiked my interest, so that's why I started up another page in my West Coast franchise, I guess you could say, the West Coast Gugwe Project.
Well, one of the things I found interesting about the Pacific Northwest is a lot of the accounts from like the Salish and other tribes in that area talk about Bigfoot being like another tribe of people, how at one point they traded with them. But then there are other stories. They talk about how Bigfoot had abducted people and how they would come into camp at night and steal children or women or even men sometimes. And if you look at the missing clusters in the Pacific Northwest, if you look at the Cascade Range, there's a lot of people going missing in the Cascades. And the accounts of Bigfoot are far more aggressive in the Cascades. I think the higher mountains like the Cascades, I think those are Gugwe. I think they're taking people, and I don't think they're particularly happy to see people come into the range.
I think you hit the hammer on the nail on that, DA.
The Gugwe seem to be far more aggressive, especially toward people. They don't like interlopers. They're very territorial, and they're capable of excessive violence. And I know this is just a movie, so take it for what it is. But the movie Primal Rage, the couple that gets lost in the woods and they're being hunted by what they call the Oma. As far as the visual effects, probably the best representation of a gugway I've ever seen.
I agree with you 100%
they look
on that.
beautiful. I mean, that is dead on the description of a gugway. It looks fantastic. The creature effects are amazing, even when its lip curls up. That to me is a gugway dead on. And the fact that they showed something in that movie that I've never seen anywhere else, but I've heard in lots of accounts. They were tool users. They were using bows, knives, and spears.
Wow. Well, that's not remotely terrifying.
I know a guy. I know a guy who lives on the Cherokee Reservation in Oklahoma. He mentioned finding a flint-napped, what looked to be an arrowhead. He said, when my people made flint-napped arrowheads, they were probably about the size of your thumb for hunting. He said, this flint-napped arrowhead was wider than the palm of my hand. He said, there's no way anyone was using that for an arrowhead.
Crazy.
Well, look
I
at
said,
Jesus.
it wasn't a spearhead? He goes, no, this was napped like an arrowhead where it could be tied on. He said, this was not a spearhead. It was an arrowhead, and it was this big.
They have it a lot in the South, the devil monkeys. They're like the same exact description as the gugway, but they're just much smaller with the tail. I've never, the tail thing, I haven't ever seen that in any of the pictures or anything, right? But usually they're about the size of 120 pounds, the size of a large baboon. I'm sure you've heard of that, but it's just like that. To me, it's like, I think those ones are picking people off more so. Those ones sound like, the pack of those sound really mean. I'm not saying Gugwe aren't anyway, or the Dogman aren't, but like, they almost sound more like vicious. I don't know. I don't know, but I've heard that.
Now, say something the size of a Gugwe. Let's say a creature. Let's just say, just for even numbers, it's 10 feet tall. Okay. Average human height's what, 5'5", 5'6", something like that.
Yeah, 5'8" for a man, probably.
Yeah. Okay, so you take this creature that's 10 feet tall. If you upscale a human to that size, increasing bone density and muscle mass, to have a creature of any proportion at that height, it's probably going to weigh upwards of 800 pounds, maybe as much as 1,200 pounds. Now, an animal that big, if it makes a bow, the arrow is probably going to be that big around, the arrow shaft. And it could easily explain an arrowhead that big. Imagine the pull that thing could have on a bow.
Wow.
Well, look at Jesus when he showed us the axe heads and the.
Yeah. Some of the we had a Jesus Payon on the show, and he's found axe heads that were so big he could barely lift them, and he's a big dude. He showed us several of them on the air, and they were massive.
Yeah,
there was no way that was put on where a human could swing it.
Yeah, he's like 350, over 6 feet tall. I mean, he's a
big dude.
He's a hoss.
Wow.
And
yeah,
he held up this axe head, and he's
a big boy.
You know.
So do you think that Gugwe are the ones that are using those tools, or Sasquatch, or Bigfoots?
You know, I think it's more the Gugwe.
Gugwe?
I don't think Bigfoot really needs to be a tool user. I'm not saying they're not smart enough. I'm saying they don't really need to, because most of their needs can be met with just their hands. They're able to gather. They're omnivorous. They're able to gather whatever they need to eat with just their hands. They really haven't had a need to do it. Gugwe, on the other hand, are freaking devious. They know that. If they're going to take down something the size of a moose, it's easier to do it from a distance, because once the moose gets a scent of one of those things, it's going to be very difficult for it to catch. I mean, the moose is going to be hauling ass. So you get something that big and that smart that is known to be a tool user. Holy crap. No wonder so many people go missing in certain areas.
So there's just not enough evidence of them out there, or anything really. I mean, it's just, that's what gets my interest in going and wanting to learn so much about them, because there's not a whole lot of stuff on them compared to the Dogman or the Sasquatch. And I know they're relative. I know, as you said, in the Pacific Northwest, Washington alone has reported the most sightings of Sasquatch and Bigfoot. So, like you said, up in the mountain range, people going missing up there in the Cascade Mountain Range. Hey, who's to say that there's not Gugwe up there?
Right.
I think there's a big difference between the ones that live closer to people and the ones that prefer to live out away. I think they choose that for a reason, because I think there are some that might kind of like the coyotes, some could still adapt to living around us and stuff and everything and have successful, like, there are big populations out here. I'm not in any way comparing them to like that, but I think there's some that know they could benefit from us as like a food source, whatever. Like there was that incident at that native Oklahoma casino where they got rid of the security footage of one that was always trying to go through the dumpster there.
Yeah, I've tried to get a hold of that footage. My contacts, unfortunately, have not been. Now, that's not far from here. I mean, that's just within an hour or so drive from here.
But you could eat whatever you wanted out here. You could I've talked to homeless. I've talked to homeless people like you could eat a 5-star meal out of the trash here, just like freshly thrown away, $100 meal that's barely touched. There's a lot of, we throw out a lot of food, way more than we think we do.
Oh, not even that. Even when I was, I remember working at Sam's Club or Walmart, the rotisserie chickens, they would throw out tons of rotisserie chickens and fresh fruit because one orange or apple had, a spot on it, and they would just throw it out. And the chickens were just made that day on the rotisserie, but they can't resell them the next day. Even the breads, everything. It's ridiculous what we threw away.
Well, something else to bear in mind if we've got creatures like Gugwe living on the fringes of our society, if they're living near humans, who is the biggest at-risk population who would not be reported missing? Homeless.
Drug addicts, yeah.
Well, and to speak to Shane's
somebody that's homeless goes missing, police aren't going to take the report seriously. It's sad to say, but it's true. They're going to say, well, they're either a vagrant.
California kind of needs it, though.
Right.
I'm joking. I'm only joking. I don't wish that on anybody.
Well, and to speak to Shane's point too, earlier, he said we haven't heard as much about the Gugwe. Okay, arguably from people who are, accepted experts, the Gugwe are some of the most violent, Bigfoot type creatures that are out there. The reason they're not reported, history is written by the victors. You don't make a report if you dead.
That's so true. I didn't think about that.
When you encounter something that wants to eat your face just because you're there, you're probably not going to be posting something on YouTube about it.
But it's the same with a lot of same with Anthony's sighting. We get reports from sightings from hunters that say, I had one in my crosshairs and I didn't take the shot because it looked too human. I couldn't be sure it wasn't a person in a suit. It looked close enough to human. I didn't take the shot. But then you look at the missing 411 cases, what they refer to as missing 411, the hunters. I think those are the guys that took the shot.
Yeah. Definitely. I agree.
You take a shot and don't put it down. Well, one, odds are it's probably not alone. And number two, if you're not carrying a big enough rifle to drop something, I know I carry a 223. I wouldn't shoot a moose with that because it probably wouldn't put it down.
Exactly.
But if you take the shot with something not capable of putting something down, or if you don't hit it square, like I know lots of guys that carry heavy enough weapons that they could put something big down. I mean, I've got a rifle I could put a bear down with. The thing is this is something they taught us in Law Enforcement Academy that a lot of people don't take into consideration. And we discussed this on a show we referred to the bulletproof Bigfoot theory, where people say, I shot it hit it, it did nothing, it kept coming, or it just got up and ran off, or it just shook it off and ran off. What they taught us in the Law Enforcement Academy was that during times of high stress, i.e. when you're being shot at or in a high stress situation, your accuracy drops to less than 10%. And these are trained marksmen. Same thing in the military. When you've got rounds coming downrange at you, your accuracy's out the window. That in Vietnam, they said during World War II that the average enemy casualty was 1 out of every 10 rounds.
Yeah.
But in Vietnam, that dropped to like 1 every 100.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
We got automatic.
My uncle could tell you. John could tell you about that being out, in Vietnam when he was a pararescue, and even he said it. These guys would, they didn't even know where half of them were half the time in the jungle.
Yeah.
And they would pop in and out.
Lived in green swamp.
I'm
Yeah.
sure Sean can tell you this. It's one thing to put holes in paper. It's another thing entirely when rounds are coming back your direction.
Well, and think about the
Exactly.
hunters too. I mean, typically hunters aren't going to be hunting with automatic weapons either, where they
Sure.
have,
Or
30,
if they're
40
going
rounds
out
at their
deer hunting, they're
disposal.
not going to hunt with a 458 SOCOM.
Well, I was going to
No.
say, if you're hunting, you're typically, if it's like Missouri's game laws, you're limited to like, let's say 5 rounds. Okay, yeah, you've got these big heavy things that'll drop a moose. You got 5 rounds. Okay, your accuracy is 10%. Okay, there's an even money you're not going to hit them with any of those 5 rounds. Now
You may
you're
think you
screwed.
did.
Now you're reloading, and it's closing distance. Like that police dog did.
I can tell you from
And a lot of it-
experience in my law
Always seem
enforcement career,
out of the distance.
nothing looks bigger ever in your life than the barrel of a gun pointed at you.
Yeah.
It looked
And
like
a
I
lot
was
of it's
looking
shot
down
placement.
yeah, it looked like I was looking down the maw of a well. I mean, suddenly that barrel was this big around. When you're looking down the barrel of a gun, yeah, that's all you see is the barrel of that gun, and it gets huge. It is if you're being charged by a creature that weighs in excess of 1,000 pounds and is 12 feet tall, I'm going to guess the adrenaline dump in you is probably going to be make your rounds go wild. You may think you're hitting, but you're probably shaking, jerking that weapon around. Unless you are absolutely stone cold, ice water in your veins, you're going to be nervous. I would be nervous. I can't guarantee I would hit the target. But then again, I am not going to shoot unless I absolutely have to. I'm not going to engage a cryptid. I don't want to bring one in. I don't want to be the guy that drags one in and goes, "See, I told you." That is not going to be me. But I do.
I never saw one up close, but I did see one at night from a distance pretty clearly, or at least the figure of it. I can't say I know it was 11 to 13 feet tall, but the mass of it, it's like you wouldn't believe how big they are. Like, just you ain't gonna do shit to that thing, and there's probably 10 more of them right behind you.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I'm a pretty good
Kyle on
marksman.
my team. I would trust him. Most
I'm a pretty
accurate
good
American
marksman,
sniper.
Like,
But
I
my,
lost my breath seeing how big. Like, I didn't believe what I was seeing. Like, I lost my breath seeing that. Like, so like it didn't freak me out, but it was just like, oh shit, because it took a few seconds for him to see that. He was standing straight up. He was standing like this, so it looked like a tree or something. And this and the trees around were about like 40 feet, so I'm kind of guessing his height. He was little less than like half the tree. So, and then he like stood out, but his back was facing towards me. His face was like away from me, but he was over 5 feet from his shoulders. This the way they popped out at night. I could still see the definition of his shoulders. Like, it was nuts. Like, it was about 300 yards too. Like, I wouldn't have been able to just walk up on it. It's still a little bit distant. It just walked into just disappeared, just into blackness.
I was up near Lake of the
Silent.
Ozarks, Missouri, and I had an old mag light. And granted, those mag lights weren't the greatest flashlight. They didn't have the best distance. And this was before LED bulbs. This was old school mag light. And some buddies of mine and I were camping up near Montreal, Missouri, which is not exactly civilization, if you know what I mean. It's kind of in the butt crack of nowhere. But we heard something approach our camp, and it was dark, and I lit up the area, and I could see eyes, and they were fairly high off the ground, and it was far enough out where it was outside of the light, outside of the beam of the light, and those old mag lights didn't go very far. And even focused down, you still didn't get great distance on those things. But it was far enough out that all I could see was the eye shine. And it was looking at us, and I could see it blink. And then it blinked again. And then it blinked, and it didn't come back. It was gone. And so we grabbed a couple other flashlights and headed over there because we were idiots, because we wanted to know what it was. And when we got to the area where we're pretty sure it was, there was no trees that it could have been something in. It was just bushes. Whatever it was probably about 9 to 10 feet tall, and it was not in a tree. And we couldn't find anything. And it hadn't rained in a while, so we didn't find any tracks. We were just like, well, that was freaking weird, and got our asses back to camp, threw more wood on the fire.
Elephants are silent when they walk. They can sneak up on you. That's a fact.
I got snuck up on by a moose.
Wow.
Yeah, them too. I'm sure they're quiet too if they want to be. They're huge. They're bigger than horses.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Moose, 15, 16, 1,800 pounds.
I was really glad
was,
it didn't decide to stomp me to death too, because it was close.
yeah, I was walking
It'll
down a
cut you up
trail
in the boots.
in Rocky Mountain National Park, and I came around a corner almost, within reaching distance of a moose cow, and I was told that was going to be the most dangerous animal I could encounter in the park. Like nice, and of course I immediately looking for calves, but yeah, I mean it was doing its thing, and I had no idea it was there, and it wasn't like I was listening to music in earbuds or something like that. I was walking with my ears open and everything, and just bam, there. Wow. Yeah.
Where's
These are-
Mama? Yeah.
oh, wow.
Yeah, I want to like compare the behavior of Bigfoot creatures, especially Gugwe, to the behavior of bears. Like down here in Missouri, we only have black bears. We don't get grizzlies. There hasn't been a grizzly sighting in Missouri in probably 150 years. They just you don't hear about them in the Midwest very often. So only bears we have are black bears, and odds are really good that black bears, if you confront it or you make noise, they're going to go the other way. The only time you're really going to get a problem with a black bear is if you get too close to its cubs, or if it's right before hibernation and they're really hungry. Black bears generally aren't that aggressive. You get a little farther north, you run into grizzly bears. Grizzly bears are known to occasionally eat people. They have taken people out on trails, but generally it's only if you're finding one that's getting old and can't hunt much anymore, or if it's close to hibernation season where they've got cubs. Grizzly bears can and will eat you. A little farther north, polar bears. We're in a much colder climate now. Polar bears are confirmed man-eaters. They've been known to stalk and kill people as a prey source. The farther north you get, the more aggressive these creatures get, and I think the same thing applies to Bigfoot. I think the colder the climate, the more their caloric intake was going to require nothing but meat. And I think that's why you see more of the missing 411 cases in areas where there are mountains and cold climates. You don't get the huge clusters in warm tropical zones. You get down to Florida, you don't get as many of the missing 411 cases. Up in Alaska, however, you look at the Alaskan Triangle. More people go missing in the Alaskan Triangle every year than anywhere else in the world. I mean, it is a massive area where people just vanish and are never seen again.
And it's
Like
like
the
to
Bermuda
use your
Triangle.
example that you just said with the bears, even the grizzlies and the more what we would consider the aggressive ones, once they get a taste for human dumps and stuff, you still have the dumbness of a bear to some level, but they're a lot more used to people. They're still dangerous. They're still very dangerous,
Right.
but they realize, oh, humans make stuff that tastes good and stuff. I'm going to come to like they won't have a reason for attacking you necessarily, like one much more out in the middle of like the wild or Alaska or like in its native range, without the extra food.
Well,
It's just
I'm okay
not
with
saying
them.
that they're not dangerous, but I think the Gugwe is in that sense like the grizzly, but I think their intelligence is just high enough to where they might run into us, but they're not going to be like being hit by cars and shit, like making animal mistakes.
I think they're smart enough to avoid places like that, and I also think they're smart enough to gauge the response.
Yeah.
If they were to start making people disappear in towns, the torches and pitchforks are coming out.
Yeah,
but a
they
hiker
know
on a
that
trail,
seals are coming out.
right?
Black
But
Hawks are
hikers
coming
going
down.
missing on a trail, they're just like, guess you got lost.
Yep. I am okay with them knowing that I make tasty stuff. I'm more concerned when they flip the switch to I am tasty stuff. That's
The real problem we run into is when animals of any kind, including bears, start losing their fear of people. We get cases we hear all the time people talking about gifting sites where they leave apples and stuff for Bigfoot. Now, I would never do that. I'm not going to feed them. I'm not going to feed bears. I'm not going to feed mountain lions. I'm not feeding anything like that, because the real problem lies is when any kind of wild animal, from a gugway on down to a squirrel, start associating us with food. You do not want a wild animal associating humans with food. Even if you've got a gifting stump that's 10 miles out in the middle of nowhere and you know that they're not following you back to your house, if you're leaving food out on that trail and they come to associate people coming up to that stump and leaving food, and some guy hiking along with a headset on, enjoying the day, happens to walk by that stump and not leave any food, someone's in for a bad day. These things are smart enough to start associating us with food. That's when the switch can be very easily switched from they're giving us food to they are food.
Yep. You hit the hammer on the nail with that, DA. I definitely wouldn't want to be gifting anything. I know Sean's talked about gifting the donuts, but maybe in Southern California, the ones that he's encountered are more docile. And like you said, the farther north you go.
Like I said, they're around people. There's lots of people around, like all these, even the Gugwe, the ones I interacted. It was a fairly large city outside of Yosemite, like 40 minutes outside of Yosemite. Like it wasn't like desolate, like, okay, like we're coming into Yosemite, we're in the middle of the thicket. There is still neighborhood and stuff. And it was like a little bit of forest, but they don't have a reason, like the ones that I interact with. They're happy. They got more than enough food and shit. And I don't think they feel like they're in the situation to like they would have to prey on people. That's what I get from them. But I'm sure there are ones that actively seek people out, especially up in those 411 locations.
Well, if you look at the missing 411 cases, Yosemite is the single largest collection of disappearances, bar none. Way bigger than any other cluster.
Yeah, I was going to try to go up to Yosemite National Forest this summer actually, and go do a little bit of research because I've been listening to a few YouTube channels. I don't know how accurate they are, if they're just spiced
It's an
up.
awesome park, really beautiful. Those big redwoods are a mind trip every time you see them. It's worth going down there.
Yeah, definitely like to go do some research up in that area. Hopefully not end up on a 411.
No kidding. And I do think that a certain amount of Bigfoot behavior is based upon the individual. Just as every person you meet is not going to have the same personality. I'm sure not all of these creatures have the same personality. But
100% mental illness is a factor too.
I do very much believe there are dangerous ones. I'm not saying they all are, and I am certainly not advocating people going out and start killing them off because they're dangerous. But there are dangerous things out there. And if you're going to go out in the woods, if you're going to go camping, hunting, fishing, hiking, backpacking, if you're going out cryptid hunting, be careful. There are things in the woods that can and will eat you that aren't cryptid related. There are mountain lions, there are bears, there are snakes that can kill you. If you're gonna go out and do your own investigations, or you're gonna go camping or fishing or hunting or anything like that, take precautions. If you're gonna go up, especially Shane, if you're gonna go up into Yosemite, make sure someone that's not going with you knows where you're gonna be and knows when you're supposed to be back. Because if you don't come back on time, you've got somebody that can say, hey, they were supposed to be back by this time. We need to get somebody in looking for them. And it doesn't necessarily mean you were taken by cryptids. You could simply fall and break your leg. Exactly. And that in and of itself is dangerous, which leads me to my next thing. If you're going to be going out into the woods, into places where you are away from basic 911 services, take a medical kit. Even if it's basic first aid, I carry a trauma kit because, God forbid you trip on a rock and get impaled with a stick sticking up, you're going to need more than just a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
I carry a trauma
quick too. Shit like that happens fast.
Oh yeah. Or even worst case, let's just say you simply twist your ankle tripping over a root. If you're 10 miles back in the bush and you're alone with a twisted ankle, you're not getting out.
No.
Something as simple as a twisted ankle can become fatal if you're far enough away from services and nobody knows to come looking for you. And cases where you can easily get lost in the woods, make sure in your backpack you carry enough equipment to keep yourself safe. Take a med kit, and that reminds me, I will throw this up here. Remember, Carrie Davis from Dark Angel Medical has graciously giving us a discount code on medical kits. If you use the code Cryptid25, you get 25% off any medical kit Dark Angel carries. I carried a Dark Angel medical kit on my duty belt for years as a cop, and Steve can tell you, I made sure everybody that I knew where that trauma kit was, because the life that it was going to save was most likely going to be my own. I was in a high risk profession, and the chances of me getting shot were, kind of high. So I carried a trauma kit, and I still carry one when I go out in the woods. Carry a kit. Be safe. Make sure somebody knows where you're going. Take something to defend yourself. If you don't believe in carrying firearms, carry a big stick. Get yourself a good
Sunscreen.
walking
As
stick.
silly as
Carry
that sounds, sun protection is no joke.
Right. Bear spray, a hatchet, a good knife. And if there is a situation where you could potentially get lost, remember the rule of 3. The rule of 3 basically says you can go 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. Remember those, because those numbers become very important. Carry something like a space, and they don't take up much room and they're not heavy. Carry a space blanket, those little mylar blankets that can save your life. And they're not expensive. I got one around here somewhere. I'd have to find it. They're called life straw. Life straws, you take them out of the packet, stick one in a river, and drink straight from it. It'll filter out almost 100,000 gallons before the filter needs to be replaced. Life straw is a fantastic product to keep in your backpack, because you can hook it straight into your bladder on a camelback and fill it up out of a river or a lake and drink straight through that filter. Water is key. And keeping it, and clean water is going to be hard to find if you're off the trail and you didn't bring enough water to keep you safe. Be careful when you go out there. Again, I can't stress this enough. There are things out there that can and will kill you that have nothing to do with cryptids, and not just animals. The greater North American meth head will do a bad job on you as well. Sometimes the most dangerous animal in the woods is man.
Usually is.
Yeah. But that is the best advice I can give any of you guys, and that's anybody listening or anybody that wants to know. And Grant, again, I don't claim to be any kind of expert. All I can do is to give you the benefit of my experience. Be prepared. Make sure somebody knows where you're going and when you're going to come back. Take a med kit. Take something to defend yourself with, and be prepared that you might be stuck out there longer than you think.
Yeah,
and please,
straw call again. It was called.
And please,
what straw?
Carry clean underwear with you, please, please.
Always.
Yeah.
Turn them inside
Always.
Out. They're called life straw.
Life straw. Okay, I'll write that down.
They're like $20, man, and they weigh next to nothing. You can throw it in your backpack. They don't weigh anything, and they're good for literally 100,000 gallons of water. Wow. And they'll filter out even radioactive traces.
Wow.
They're fantastic.
I got to dip out.
Everybody that you got to go, Sean.
Yeah, is that cool? Thank you.
Yeah,
I really appreciate coming on.
Hey, man, thank you for coming.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you for coming, Sean.
Hope you all have a good night.
You
Good
too,
night, guys.
man.
Good night, man.
Yeah, life straw is a godsend. It should be a necessity for every hunter, fisherman, backpacker, camper, cryptid hunter.
Do you think they sell it at your local Walmart or
Walmart carries a version of it? You can get them on Amazon.
Okay.
Just Google life straw. You can find them almost in any sporting goods store, and they're just a simple piece of survival equipment that is completely overlooked. Because unless you want to boil your water and you got something to boil it in, I would definitely take a life straw.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking to get into 2 of those.
And let's be careful out there, people. Let's be
Still
very
crazy.
careful
Chris
out
says
there.
life straws are in Walmart now. Yeah, I bought mine from Amazon.
Okay,
yeah.
Amazon.
Buy 2. They're cheap. Throw one in your vehicle. I keep a med kit and a basic survival kit in the back of my vehicle. Because,
or even iodine.
God forbid you have a blowout in the middle of nowhere where you've got no cell service. You might be there for a while. You might be there overnight. People, especially if you're on a back road out cryptid hunting, you might be down a logging trail that someone ain't going to come down for the next 6 months.
Exactly. Definitely. I just want to get your guys' input, and what I can add to my arsenal would be definitely great. I didn't even think about it, a life straw. I mean, I normally pack a day bag with clothes, medical kit, my handgun.
Get you some survival blankets too.
Survival. Okay.
Yeah, they're Mylar. Little emergency blankets you can wrap yourself in. You can buy a 5-pack of them off Amazon for like $6.
They look like tin. Looks like tin foil.
Yeah, okay, I've seen those. I didn't know those.
Yeah,
Mylar.
And they will trap in body heat, keep you warm.
Okay, interesting. Thank you, guys.
But there are a lot of little things like that you can do that you can throw in your kit that really don't weigh anything. And one tool that a lot of people overlook, and I cannot stress this enough, take a good knife.
Mm-hmm.
I don't go anywhere without a knife.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Very nice.
a knife is just an absolute must-have if you're
Yes,
going to
sir.
be anywhere off the beaten path.
When I worked on a ranch, that was the first rule: is you couldn't work on there without having a knife on you at all times, just in case a horse gets tied up, at the hitching post and choking itself out. You got to instantly cut that horse loose.
Exactly.
DA
This is the newest one I
has-
got from the guys over at Scallywag Tactical. It's called the Orca.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Very
That is
nice.
Very
I like.
Scallywag makes some amazing blades.
scallywag.
Yeah,
Scallywag Tactical, best knives I've ever had.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Scallywag tactical.
yeah. I carry, when I'm out in the woods, I carry a little foldable one from them called the Privateer, and
Mhm.
it's a folding knife about yay. It's not ridiculous. It's a little big for a pocket knife, but still in that category. And then I forgot what the name of the my everyday carry knife that I have at work is. It's a smaller version, basically, of the Privateer. Their stuff is good. It's all made out of like a tool die steel.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
stuff is. DA actually made himself bleed on a show trying to show us how sharp it was. He
I went to shave some hair off my arm and went,
he
wait, that
filleted
was
the
skin.
top layer of skin off.
No,
It's
they're
like, whoa, I just took a big chunk of skin off. And I knew it was bad because
Shane, they're sharp,
I
man.
was like,
Oh, are they? I'm
Yeah.
gonna look into getting one.
Oh,
I
yeah,
just carry
man.
around a Leatherman with me, so
Well, Leatherman's good
no,
product
this
too.
thing
yeah.
is bad.
I'm a
Just
good
around town,
multi-tool.
but
This
Like,
knife
in the
is
woods.
badass.
yeah. Scallywag. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be looking at getting one of those. Add to my arsenal. too.
Probably the sharpest
Heck yeah.
knife I've had. I mean, really sharp. I mean,
They
it's
hold an
crazy.
edge just wicked well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I use-
last line of defense.
Well,
Well,
they're
this is the
carry
one I
off my
carry. I
Sasquatch.
carried as my everyday carry forever, and it's just like the one that Anthony's
Yes.
got. I cut everything
Yeah.
with this knife, and it holds an edge like
Me
no blade
too.
I've ever had.
Wow.
Me too,
Yeah,
man.
how
I
long
mean,
have you
I
had
cut
it?
everything
Never had to
with
sharpen it?
mine.
I've got a
No.
I've got a little
Wow.
sharpener. I got this off of Bud K. It was about $5. It's got
Wow.
a sharpening steel on one side and a ceramic on the other. You just pass that through the ceramic 2 or 3 times, and you've got an edge you can shave with.
Wow.
Now these
Looking
are
to get in that.
there's
Yeah,
a
man.
couple different versions that Bud K has. Let me put those out where you can see them. This one here has a little chain on it where you can hang it on a pack or clip it to a key ring or something. This thing is freaking awesome for sharpening knives.
And it's called the Bud K.
Yeah, Bud K.
Yeah.
It's a company that makes knives and swords.
Okay.
Some of the stuff is just for decoration, but some of it's pretty legit stuff.
And
Yeah,
if you ever
that's
get
very
into a
good.
pinch, Shane, if you ever get into a pinch and you don't have a sharpener on you, roll your window down, use the top of your window. Top of your window on
Really?
the car. Yeah.
And that won't leave a scratch.
Sharpen
or anything,
your blade. No,
Interesting.
it'll sharpen your blade right up.
Okay. Wow. You guys I'm learning something new every day from you guys, every episode. So this is cool.
But we try to impart knowledge where we can, man.
Yeah,
And again,
whatever can help
I've
when we're
told
out
you
there.
many times, brother, I am an open book. If you need my help with anything, if you've got a question, if I can help, I'm 100% on board. I don't claim to be an expert on anything, but as my wife says, I'm a fountain of useless information.
Hey, no, you've helped me quite a bit. And like I said, I've only been doing this for 6 months, and I'm going out there and now with better knowledge than when I first started.
I would add
yeah.
a good hatchet or a machete to your.
I do have a machete. I bought a dull one. They were like $6 at Walmart. I was like, wonder why is that machete $6? They realized it's dull.
Let me
I'll sharpen
let me
that
show
up.
you the one I carry. Let me pull it out of here. This one is also by Scallywag Tactical. It's called the Bounty, and I use it in my books all the time.
Wow.
It's effectively
Yeah.
a sword, but it
Yeah,
it
you can
functions as a
hold it with 2
machete.
hands.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the Bounty. Look how thick this thing is.
Yeah, I was going to say. You take that up against a Gugwe, at least, your last line of defense.
Yeah,
They do in the book.
Yeah.
They do in the
I
book.
use them in the book all the time.
Yeah,
It's got
man.
got a forward grip where you can grip it just like this and have plenty of room for both hands.
Wow.
And I keep mine wicked sharp. I mean, this thing,
DA, how much
Would
would
flat
you
do
say
some
that
damage.
roughly runs? What's the ballpark on that? Would you say
On this one, I want to say they're right around 300.
Oh, that's not
Yeah.
bad at all.
Yeah, and they
Okay.
periodically run sales too. The
Oh, yeah.
Scallywag knives are not the cheapest game in town by any means,
Mm,
but
But-
they're a good product.
Right.
They're a very
Wow.
good product.
I mean,
looks
I,
very
I've
I've
got
only got a couple of the little ones. I don't.
I've got dozens of knives just like this one that you get for $5 at Walmart, and I've
Yeah.
snapped the tips off of them, broke them.
Yeah.
I've got a million of these that I've broken over the years. But I have put the
Even
Scallywag blades. I have put these things through a
the bench.
beating, and no, they're
Still,
fine.
yeah. You
No,
get your money worth.
I've had bench made knives. I've had knives $130, $200 knives.
Wow.
And a good one to just keep on your belt is this one. It's called the Gunner's Mate.
Wow. That is a clean
Yeah.
looking blade.
I know.
I
I'm
think it
waiting to
is.
get one.
Yeah.
I got to get one.
Yeah, that's the one he maimed himself with, if I remember correctly.
It wasn't that one. It was one of the smaller knives.
Was it?
But
Dia,
the
was that a
Gunner's
Scallywag?
Mate, if you go to Scallywag's YouTube channel,
Uh-huh.
Michael Donavito, who's one of their hand-to-hand instructors, shows what the Gunner's Mate can do. They hung a side of pork, a chunk of a pig, and it was a good sized one. And he took that Gunner's Mate and went and swung into that thing and cut through multiple ribs with it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's got the weight to it where it could do it. That's why I use Scallywag blades in my books, because they can take a beating like no other knife I've ever had.
And still hold their edge. That's awesome. I'm gonna look into getting some of those.
Vigilant Stranger says, don't forget bows and arrows. Yeah, I don't personally have a bow right at the moment. I used to bow hunt years ago. I had a really
Yeah.
good compound bow. I haven't bow hunted in a long time, but they are very versatile tools. Sorry, I knocked over a cup.
Wow, we're on 3 hours and 16 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we've really gone the distance with this one, and we're still got 130 people watching, which I find
Yeah,
amazing.
me too.
Wow.
I'm amazed.
That is
that's
freaking
incredible.
awesome. You know,
Thank you, everyone.
yes, thank you,
seriously.
everybody. They, on this this kind of auspicious occasion, why don't we do a couple of giveaways? We haven't done those in a while.
No?
Oh, so we got a good crowd that deserves them.
No.
Let
Yeah,
me,
we got a lot.
Let me pull them up. Promo giveaways. Okay, I have Audible codes for 5 books. We will we'll do a giveaway for, actually we should do a couple for audiobook giveaways. So what do you guys, let me fire up Nightbot. Get Nightbot in on the challenge.
And John doesn't count because John has them already, so he can't get them. See what John said? Gimme, gimme, gimme. No, you don't get them. Sorry.
John, you're excluded.
hmm
Denied, sir.
You're getting books from DA. You don't need the code, so don't worry about it.
AJ Condon is like, the patches? Dude, I don't even have the patch yet, so forget
Yeah, I don't even have a patch yet. You want one?
Yeah, I've got the patches. We just haven't got them set up on the website yet. I'm going to mail some out to some folks, but we do have the patches going.
Yeah, they're
For
cool. I
whatever
love them.
reason,
Those are nice patches.
Nightbot is not working.
Uh-oh.
I
Nightbots.
promise I didn't break it.
No. Oh, well.
It is not picking up anything.
Hmm.
Well, crap. Well, we may just have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Well, how about this? First person that can guess my middle name. How's that?
And it's not Pitbull.
No. It starts with an R. It starts with an R. Someone guess it.
I'll just watch the chat.
Yeah, watch somebody get it the first shot. Damn.
That'd be funny.
I know.
No, let's find something a little more scientific.
I was gonna say, yeah.
let's see.
Maybe give you references from your books. Well,
He
how
got
about
the
that?
first try.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Randolph.
He got it.
Susan
Wow.
Parsons got
Blue
it.
Cruise. He got it.
Oh, Blue
Blue
Cruise.
Cruise got it the first try.
Well,
Yeah.
all right. Well,
Robert.
Damn, man.
Blue Cruise, send me an email at daroberts@daroberts.net, and I'll send you a code of your choice. You can pick from Cold Hunger, which I co-wrote with Kat Dogman, Lakeview Man, Lost Legion, Perdition's Flames, narrated by Sal Passos, who was in the chat earlier. Odin's Call, codename Wild Hunt Odin's Call, which is narrated by Cameron Buckner from over at the Dixie Cryptid channel. Or Ragnarok Rising: The Awakening. I can't remember the name of the guy that narrated that, but I didn't get to pick him because it was my old publisher. Lakeview Man is narrated by Eli from Small Town Monsters. So Blue Cruise, send me an email and tell me which one of those codes you want, and we'll get that. We'll make that happen.
Yeah, no one ever gets it, man. No one ever gets my middle name, even though it's not Italian.
I was going to say that's not a very Italian middle name, but whatever.
No, I mean it was Roberto, but
Let's see. Trying to think.
How about the ballistics on a 458 SOCOM? No, I'm joking.
Our target audience might get that too easily.
They might.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know.
Here's a question. Here's a question. You guys can refer to any of my codename Wild Hunt books. What is the name of the sergeant major that is far older than everybody initially thought? What is the name of the sergeant major in the codename Wild Hunt books who is older than anybody realized? And you can give me his code name or his actual name.
Ooh.
Oh, wait. Oh, no.
Oh, Susan Parsons hit it right off the bat. Gideon.
Yeah,
All right,
she's
Susan,
right.
shoot me an email. Let me know which code you want. That'll be Cold Hunger, Lakeview Man, Lost Legion, Perdition Flames, Odin's Call, or Ragnarok Rising: The Awakening. Those are the first books in multiple series, and we are going to be having more out soon. Sal Passos is almost done with the second of the Lost Legion series, and Cameron Buckner is almost finished with the second in the Codename Wild Hunt series. Agnes Moorhead. Isn't that the mother-in-law from Bewitched?
Yeah.
It's close.
Susan, send me an email at daroberts@daroberts.net. Let me know which one of those codes you'd like, and I will get that out to you tonight. And let's do one more. Okay. Okay. What character was introduced in Lakeview Man, but is a staple of Codename Wild Hunt?
Aha. I know this one. You got a multiple on one hand and a multiple in the other. What do you have? Big fucking moth.
Challen Balgus hit it right on the head. It is Clark. Daniel Clark was introduced in Lakeview Man. Lakeview Man was intended to be a one-off book, just to introduce Clark, to set him up for the Codename Wild Hunt series. But people enjoyed the characters that I had in Codename Wild Hunt and Lakeview Man, even without Clark, and so the series continued without him. AJ Congdon says Gray Eagle. No, Gray Eagle first appeared in the Apex Predator Wolf Moon. But Challen Balgus, I apologize if I'm butchering that pronunciation, because I know I am. Email me at daroberts@daroberts.net and tell me which of the codes you want, which would be Codename Wild Hunt, Odin's Call, Ragnarok Rising: The Awakening, Lost Legion, Perdition's Flames, Lakeview Man, the first of the Lakeview Man series, or Cold Hunger. Let me know which one of those you want. Susan Parsons says, what are the choices again?
Excuse me.
Yeah, that'd be Cold Hunger, which I co-wrote with author Kat Dogman. It's about a Wendigo. Lakeview Man, which is set in rural Missouri near Kimbling City. It's a cryptid series. Then we've got Lost Legion Perdition Flames, which is my first sci-fi book. And then Codename Wild Hunt Odin's Call, narrated by Cameron Buckner from Dixie Cryptid. And Ragnarok Rising the Awakening, which is the first of my zombie series. So just let me know which one of those 5 you would like. And you send me the email and tell me who you are. And Meg, I just did them, but I guess, yeah, you guys are like 30 seconds behind me. There's like a 20, 30-second lag between when we're talking and when the response actually gets back to us.
Well, I was watching the YouTube channel, and like the channel is about 10 seconds behind of what's happening live. I've noticed.
Let me throw the email up. So, oops, that's not it. That is the wrong one. There we go. There's my email address, daroberts@daroberts.net. For some reason, the email program I use does not recognize caps, so don't capitalize. Just all lowercase, daroberts@daroberts.net. Shoot me an email with your name and the choice of which of those audio codes you'd like, and I will get them sent out to you tonight. And again, that is, one more time, Cold Hunger, Lakeview Man, Lost Legion Perdition's Flames, Odin's Call, or Ragnarok Rising the Awakening.
Shane, have you read any of the books yet?
I just started. I read the Ozark Howler of Blunk Road, the Beast of Blunk Road, and then I've just started reading Wolf Moon. So I got five chapters in. William Gray Eagle and Mike Blanchard are they seem like a Batman Robin type deal.
Yeah, wait till you get into Team Odin, the book.
Oh yeah, I feel like I'm starting with the Apex Predator series, and then I wanted to start. I'm gonna read them all eventually.
Well, if you go to my website, there is a timeline of the order the books are best read in. You can read them. You can read any series standalone, and then go back and read the other series independently. But if you read the books in that particular order, you'll get a much bigger picture.
Oh, okay. I'll have to go in and look at that, because I being a Dogman enthusiast and researcher, I was like, ooh, Wolf Moon Apex Predator series. This looks pretty good. So
well, it's a shared universe. The Lakeview Man, the Wild Hunt, and the Apex Predator all take place in the same place. And actually, Ragnarok and Lost Legion are also in the same universe. It's expanded out a little further. But
okay.
Yeah, it's all connected. And,
now, are those ones like Odin's Rising? Is it cryptid related, or is it more like
the Odin's Call book? That's the part of the Codename Wild Hunt series. All of those are cryptid related. The Ragnarok Rising books are zombies. Oh, and the Lost Legion books are sci-fi.
Interesting. Okay, so that's cool how you were able to make the DA verse, with everything in there. Zombies, cryptids. I mean, you got my interest.
The Wild Hunt series is kind of cool. It's basically it's a military unit that basically when cryptids start hunting people,
they hunt down.
The government knows back. Yeah, the government knows about them, and the government sends these guys to deal with it.
Oh wow! So you're pretty much right?
Bro, hands down, it's crazy good. When I tell you crazy, I mean you'll get so sucked into the book that it put it like this. My uncle reads Tom Clancy, all that kind of spy novel and espionage stuff and action. For him not to put down the book. And he was never into cryptids, never into Bigfoot, never into that stuff. He can't wait till DA sends him the other books to read because he's chomping at the bit to read the rest. It's like, I've never seen him. He didn't even put the book down.
Now, Anthony, with your uncle, did it make him a believer or somewhat open-minded to cryptids?
He's actually had, I would say a light sighting in PA. But I guess the more that I've been with Steve and DA and Doc and me talking about it and reading his books and stuff, I guess he's gotten more into it. He's really, really, we talk about it even when I'm out with DA or talking to him. We'll talk about stuff. Hey, did you see this one?
Yeah, I think that just with DA's books, if it gets someone to opening up their mind that doesn't believe in them, saying, hey, there might be something out there. I think DA's done more than what, other than just write a book. It's now getting people's curiosities, spiked out and wanting to go, hey, are there these things really out there? And start maybe becoming an investigator or a researcher. That's what it did to me. I mean, not with DA's books, but I mean, just learning about these cryptids. I didn't think they, Dogman existed until 8 months ago.
Well, his research is really sound, and where he takes it to the next logical step fictionally.
Yeah.
Right.
You have a very hard time finding out where the fiction begins and the research stopped. And so, like, he'll use actual locations, or he'll use, like, a flirt with reality. Like, for example, Carrie Pocket Dog Davis that we talk about, he's one of our panelists on the show, one of our hosts. There's a fictionalized version of him in the book.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I try to work people in that I know.
Some of it's real, some of it isn't.
Kind of thank you to the people that have helped me.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
In the Wild Hunt books, there is a location that the team kind of informally goes to hang out with to kind of debrief on their missions. And there is a fictionalized version of me that's a bartender there.
Oh, wow.
And we have had issues. They named this little bar. It's outside Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, supposedly. And very specifically outside with the south gate to Fort Leonard Wood.
Yeah, south gate.
Yeah. People have actually driven up here looking for the bar. It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
I don't own a bar. I wish I did.
And Steve makes a great shepherd's pie in the bar too. Let me tell you.
My wife does. My wife does.
Oh,
shepherd's wife,
pie
that's right.
Amazing.
Yep. So my wife, Rachel, that cooks in the bar, really exists. She really does make a damn good shepherd's pie. But we don't own a bar or a restaurant. We joke that if DA gets a big Netflix deal and becomes a millionaire, I'm going to be his private nurse and bartender. But
there you go.
That's about the extent of it.
You actually appeared in the books twice.
Wow.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. The same name? Or
well, I only mentioned him by his first name. In the first
right?
Lakeview Man, Daniel Clark gets in a gunfight, and he has to get airlifted because he gets shot multiple times. He gets airlifted, and when they're carrying him off the chopper at the hospital, a nurse named Steve's like, "Holy shit, that's Daniel Clark! I know that guy." And
that's awesome.
Yeah. So
very cool.
But it's interesting. The Steve the place is called Steve's Pub and Grub, but we actually even have T-shirts that you could buy. For the Pub and Grub.
Okay.
That Steve was a retired cop, and it hasn't come out yet. But some kind of shit went down that caused him to leave the force. Some type of trauma or whatever. I don't even know. I'm not the writer. But he opened this bar with his wife, and it was barely making enough to stay open. And now I believe it's probably getting some kind of army government assistance.
It became
it's the hangout.
In World War II, when the British pilots would come back, and this is still true today in the British Special Forces, they had a pub that they basically adopted as their own pub. And after a mission, they would all go there and they would lift a glass to those that didn't come back or talk about a successful mission. And I kind of carried that tradition along. And so the Wild Hunt, after every mission, they all wind up at Steve's Pub and Grub and hang some goofy trophy on the wall from the mission.
Dogman head on it or something.
No, they hung the skeleton, the skull mask of a Wendigo on the wall. They're like, "Don't ask."
Yeah, and Steve's not stupid, but he's also doesn't have government clearance, so he doesn't know exactly what's going on. But he knows enough.
Kind of in the know, but not really in the know.
Right. But
seriously,
it's just kind of
awesome.
fun.
I'm going to check that one out next.
But when they said that somebody was in Missouri looking for the bar, we almost felt bad. It was like, oh, I really wish it would existed. I mean, it would be kind of fun.
But I know a lot of restaurants that really exist. In the second Apex Predator book, Apex Predator Blood Moon, I mention a place in Eureka Springs, Arkansas called the Rocking Pig Saloon. And it's really there. And they make some of the best barbecue I ever had because it's all Wagyu beef.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's some of the best beef in the world.
Even when he did the book, DA, you got a phone call from one of your Army old buddies that he touched a nerve about the special ops team that they wrote about.
Wild Hunt team, a buddy of mine that's still in the Spec War community sent me he gave me a call. He's like, "Hey, buddy, don't know where you're getting your intel, but you made a few folks nervous." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Not going to say what, but you hit a couple things a little too close to the head." He's like, "I don't know where you're getting your intel." I said, "Well, I just took versions of stories where people said that, you know, they had a Bigfoot sighting or an abduction and special forces units showed up." And I said, "Well, if there's special forces units doing that, then there's got to be some organization behind it." And that's why I created Codename Wild Hunt.
Yeah.
Such a cool series. Fun. Sounds like it. I can't wait to check it out.
Bro, that's a crazy, stupid book. It's nuts. I love it. I love that, the whole series of that.
And D,
you get so sucked in.
What, 26 books or 27 now?
Getting ready to finish the 26th. Hopefully I'll have the book number 26 done tonight or tomorrow. And it is that close.
It's the next Apex book, right?
Yeah, it's the next Apex. It's Apex Predator Dark Moon. I will happily show off the cover.
Have you released it yet?
It is not out yet.
Oh, wow.
So that's the cover.
Really nice.
Why are we hearing music?
I don't know. It's not on my end.
Not on my end. Anthony, is that you?
Yeah, it must have been Anthony. He muted himself.
He's suddenly muted.
Yeah, this is the cover. It's probably going to get tweaked just a little bit, but this is pretty much the final version of the cover.
It takes place at LBL, huh?
Yeah, it takes place in LBL.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
I'll go ahead and read the back cover for everybody. It says, when reports of Dogman attack hits the news, a Dogman attack hits the news, Grey Eagle and the other Hotametaneo respond to investigate. They soon find themselves tracking a ghost from Grey Eagle's past, a shadow that remains elusively one step ahead of them. Tracking the creatures brings more questions than answers, with danger lurking behind every tree and shadow. Something sinister is hunting them, always remaining just beyond their reach. Their investigation not only reveals the presence of the deadly Dogman, but something far worse, an unrelenting, lethal opponent with a taste for human flesh. Can they find the secret and survive the mysterious land between the lakes?
Wow. Love the cover. It looks almost like the first one, Wolf Moon.
Well, there's a theme among the Apex Predator. There's all some version of a wolf.
Okay. Yeah, I was to say that I think the one off Wolf Moon that doesn't have green eyes like Dark Moon does. I'm looking at the cover right now.
They're that type of creature in different poses. Yeah, you can hold that up if you want.
Yeah, so this is the one I'm on, Wolf Moon. I got the whole series right here.
You got to start somewhere, man.
Of all of those, I think Wolf Moon is my favorite because it's got the biggest oh shit moment when you actually realize what they are. Because up until that point, you know, the later books, you're already prepared for it. You know, it's going to be something bipedal and dangerous. You know, it's going to be some sort of wolf type creature. But in that first one, it's like, holy crap, it's on two legs.
Yeah, I was sitting in the pool last night about 8:30. You know, legs propped up in the shallow end, reading the book. The wife came out and was laughing at me. She's like, "How far did you get along?" I was like, "Well, you keep interrupting. I only got to chapter 5." So right now they have actually killed there's two sightings of the William Grey Eagle and Mike Blanchard are going out and looking for. I guess it killed another family. And I know it starts off with the couple that gets just torn to shreds. They don't know what it is. That's why I was like, ooh, now this is getting good.
Wait till you get to you said they're heading for where the second family was killed?
Yeah, the second family. So I'm only at chapter 5 or I think it's 6.
When they get there, that's when things are going to kick loose.
Oh, man.
You are this close to things just going.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to probably read 4 or 5 more chapters tonight.
Awesome. That is awesome, man. Thank you. Well,
thank you.
I sent Challen Balgus. I already sent his code to him. I haven't received an email from the others yet. Let me go ahead and throw that. Well, it's still up there on the screen. For the other two who won, go ahead and send me an email at daroberts@daroberts.net. Make sure you let me know which one of the codes you want, and I will get those out to you tonight. Alyssa says there are special forces involved, seen them harassing some of my Bigfoot friends. Yeah, Spec Ops teams, I believe there is a team out there that's what they do is hunt dangerous cryptids.
Oh. it's a neat kind of interrelated series, and what's so cool about that is there's nothing else like it out there. There's there's all kinds of series with Spec Ops. There's Cryptid series, but this is like the first one that I think tied it all together. And then it's like horror versus fantasy versus the supernatural. You really never know. Like for a while there, I was alpha reading for him before it just became too much, and I'd be sitting to read stuff. And I'm like, well, that was an interesting way to work that in there. Yeah, I didn't see that coming, and you never know what it's going to be.
Yeah, no, it sounds like such an interesting just series alone. I can't wait to check it out.
I see the comment. Thank you, Hooter. I see it. That was the wife calling, so I had to take that. So
no problem at all. I was just like, why are we hearing music?
Yeah, she was calling me. Yeah, she gets panic attacks. She gets her bad at night, and sometimes I'm here with him, and she's down there in Tampa, and it's, it sucks that I can't be there all the time right now, but I'll be there soon enough. But yeah. But I appreciate it, Hooter. Thank you very much.
Folks, we are at 3 hours and 40 minutes. I really wasn't planning on going this long, but it has been a fantastic show. Sean, if you're listening or you catch the show later, man, thank you again for coming on. Really appreciated having you on. Shane, brother, you are welcome to come back anytime. You are one of the family now, man.
I appreciate that. And like you say, if you guys need anything, and like I say, even after the show, I'll still be messaging you guys, picking your brains.
Absolutely, man. I'm an open book, brother. If you need anything and anything I can help with, just let me know. Okay. Again, to recap, if you're going to be out there in the woods, take precautions. Make sure somebody knows when you're going to go, when you're going to be back. Take a first aid kit. Take something to defend yourself. Take some emergency supplies in case you're out there longer than you think you're going to be. And be careful, because sometimes the most dangerous creature in the woods is man.
Yep.
And it's not just cryptids out there that can hurt you.
Yeah, no. I've got a list of things: the life straws, the scallywag knives. I'm definitely going to be ordering some stuff on Amazon. So
the scallywag knives aren't on Amazon.
They're on
scallywagtactical.com.
Oh, scallywag.
No, you got to.
Okay, let me write down that.
Yeah, go to their website.
Tactical.
That company, much like Dark Angel Medical, is veteran owned. The guys at Scallywag are all former Navy vets. That's why they're it's called Scallywags, the pirate life. Great company, great bunch of guys. Just a fantastic group. Their customer service is amazing. If you have any issues, and I have yet to have an issue with the blade, but I know people that have had a couple issues, and they took care of it right away. They make a quality product.
Even when the issue is your fault, they are super nice. I purchased a knife from them, a very nice knife, very fine knife. As I mentioned earlier, they're made out of very, very, very hard steel. And so they keep an edge for a very long time. Very, very hard steel is also brittle if you try to use it in a way it's not intended to be used.
Well, Steve, there's a difference, though. This one is the one you broke.
Well, no, actually, I broke is that the privateer?
That's the privateer.
Yeah.
This one, however, is made of different steel. This is the one that I have as an everyday carry. You could pry open a door with this bastard.
Yeah, look.
Yeah.
See?
I carry their mini jack, which is a little smaller. It's made out of a slightly softer steel. And so that one I can use. Literally what I had done is I was prying something open with the privateer and I snapped the tip off. It was a dumbass move, completely my fault. They took care of it. They put a new edge on it for me. They just basically if I were to compare my knife to DA's now, mine's slightly shorter and slightly different shape because they just fixed it. Entirely my fault. And he didn't make me feel like an idiot. They took care of it. And then I proceeded to buy a couple more knives from them. And so you just got to make sure you buy the right knife for the right use.
What would you guys recommend as the very first one? Just like a regular, like the one, is a privateer? Is that the one you have?
The privateer.
I would go with this one.
I can't remember what this one's called, but this is the one I would go with. Either this one or the Orca. I think this one.
Yeah.
I would have to look it up. I can't remember what it's called. Hell, well, I'll just do it right now. Let me look. Give me just
This knife is awesome, Shane. This knife, crazy sharp.
Yeah, I'm just writing down
It's
a couple
nuts.
of the ones that you guys have mentioned: Orca and Privateer.
Yeah, and then their tiny one that I carry, tiny. It's still got a 3-inch blade on it. The mini jack is the one I carry every day to work. I work as a nurse and I cut things. There he is.
This one here is called the
That's it
Jolly
right there.
Roger.
Jolly Roger.
Jolly Roger. Okay.
Yeah.
I like the
Probably
name.
the best everyday carry pocket knife I've ever had. It is an absolute treasure. It holds its edge better than any blade I've ever carried. And right now they're on sale for $35.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think that might just be my first one I'm going to order, especially if it's on sale.
Bro, I'm
Always
telling
looking
you,
for a
you'll be
good
happy
deal.
with it. You'll be happy with
Yeah,
it.
I'll definitely add that to my arsenal.
And I was
And believe me, we're
the
not.
one I just showed. This one is not the Orca, it's the Mako. There's another one called the Orca I don't have.
Mako. Okay.
But the Mako is on sale for $45. The Orca is on sale for $26.
Oh, dang. That's all.
Most of their folding blades right now are on sale.
And believe me, DA and Steve and me, we're not making anything off these knives.
No.
No,
Not
telling you
not
this.
making a dime off of this. This is just me promoting a good product. I use them in my books for a reason, because they're reliable and they perform under the worst circumstances imaginable. The axe I've got is called the boarding axe. I would put that thing up against anything. Let me grab that real quick and show it to you.
Now, DA, is your boarding axe, is that made by Scallywag as well?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's bad. It's badass too.
I'm knocking crap over. This is the boarding axe.
Look at that.
Wow.
Look how thick this is.
Wow.
It is solid steel.
What's that called again?
It's called the boarding axe.
Boarding axe. Okay.
Yeah, I'm knocking crap over, babe. It's okay.
It's my fault, man.
Oh, it's like, what's all that crap crashing?
Are you doing? Are you remodeling in the bedroom? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm knocking crap over left and right.
He's doing demo work.
With his boarding axe.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
could probably.
You could do
Taking
it.
this wall out.
Let's knock this wall down. Let's knock the other wall down.
Don't worry, honey. We're remodeling.
Anthony's gonna fly up. He's gonna plaster everything for us. Don't worry about it.
That's right. Yeah, definitely. If you're in the market for a good pocket knife or a good survival blade, check out Dark Angel Medical. I'm not. Check out Scallywag Tactical. And if you need a med kit to take with you, check out Dark Angel Medical. Kerry is a good friend of mine. Known the guy for a lot of years. I carried one of their kits on my duty belt for years and years as a cop. I won't trust my life to any other kit. And one of the things that I like best about Dark Angel Medical is if you use your kit to save a life, they have what's called the Kit for Life guarantee. If you save a life with that kit, they will restock the kit for free.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's at Dark Angel Medical, huh?
DarkAngelMedical.com, and if you use the code Cryptid25, you'll get 25% off your entire order.
Cryptid25. All right. Yeah, I've seen Doc on the show a handful of times.
Doc's a great guy.
Oh, he's a nut. He is absolutely amazing. He is one of my favorite people.
Yeah, if you need anything with guns or tactical, Doc or me. I mean, I can tell you stuff, so can Doc when it comes to the tactical part too. Guns. I used to sell guns. I used to build them. I used to work for Taurus down in Miami. So if you need anything, even Doc, he works for a certain other company, which we're not going to mention. But he's very knowledgeable about that too. He teaches also. So,
okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate just having you guys on there and helping us out.
Mhm.
You know,
anytime.
I've got like I said, I've got a whole list, a whole page of everything. For my first knife, I already think I'm going to go with, the one that's $35. The Orca, I think, is what you said.
This stuff I'm mentioning, folks, we're not getting paid to endorse these products. These are just products I found that are reliable and are something you can carry and will give you a lifetime of service. These Scallywag blades are like no other blades I've ever owned, and I've owned a lot of knives over the years. I carry a Scallywag blade every time I go out in the field, and it's just something that is part of my kit. It will be a permanent part of my kit. Get a med kit, take something to defend yourself. Make sure somebody knows where you're at and when you're supposed to be back. and be safe out there. You remember, there are things out there, again, that aren't necessarily cryptid related that can and will hurt you. And a lot of times, and I don't know about the rest of you, but a lot of times some of the places I go, cell signal is not the greatest, if at all.
Well,
when I was in LBL, I spent 2 days without a cell service.
Wow. You know, when Scallywag starts selling the rune engraved, white magic blessed version of the blades, I'm going to stock up on one of those because that seems to get the stuff taken care of in your books.
I know my wife is in the comments and she said, as soon as you're off, I'm sure you'll be going on a shopping spree.
Yeah, probably. You got that right.
Sorry, wife.
Yeah, right.
She's probably cursed. She's cursing us out. Those sons of bitches. I can't believe they did that.
Just remember, those space blankets and life straws will not break the bank. You can put a life straw and space blankets in your pack, and there's no significant weight addition. And you can have a life straw and survival blankets for less than $30. You can't beat that kind of deal because both will save your life.
Yeah, definitely, especially how deep we're going out there in the woods. So
another good thing to put in your kit and keep is one of those Striker fire starters.
Yeah, I
definitely carry one of those. Yeah. I have one of those for sure.
Those are great to keep in your kit, and get you something that's easy to sharpen a blade with.
Yeah, or even
I got
like
these
how
at Bud
Anthony
K.
said,
I think this one was $4.
That's not bad at all. I mean, that's on Amazon too, right?
No, it was on budk.com.
Oh, Budk, that's right. I got it written down right here.
Yeah, they've got several sharpening kits that will not break your bank.
Okay. Budk, all right.
But we're coming
no
up
more
on
animal
the 4 hour
calls.
mark. I cannot.
No more animal.
4 hours. And so this is freaking all, and still got 96 people. I mean, it's just unbelievable how many people we've had. I want to thank everybody that's been part of the show tonight. Steve, Anthony, thank you guys for keeping things going while I was off double booking myself. Shane, brother, thank you for coming on. Again, your family, you're welcome back anytime.
It was a lot of fun.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you guys
Sean, if you're listening. Sean, if you're listening, thanks for coming on. It's been an amazing show. I've only gotten one email so far from everybody that just got another one. Okay, so I got 2 down. So Susan, if you haven't had a chance to email me yet, get that to me. Johnny Blue, I'll get that out to you here just in a few minutes. I'm going to wrap the show up, and then I'll get that emailed out to you. Folks, again, thank you guys for joining us. I've said this many times. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to always say it. We don't have fans. We have friends. These shows are like conversations with people I've known for years. We get people on, and Shane and I have never met face to face, but tonight's conversation, I feel like I've known him for years, and it's amazing how many people we've met through this show that we just clicked with. We found a number of like-minded individuals and people that share this passion for cryptids, share this passion for the unknown, and have similar life experiences, and we just get along well. We've met some fantastic people through this journey, and we've only been at it just over a year. This is show 105, I think it is, and we're just getting started. I can't wait to see where the next 100 episodes or more take us. And I've had the time of my life doing these shows, and I hope to continue to do them for many years to come. Steve, brother, thank you, man. Anthony, thank you guys so much. Especially for keeping things going tonight, as I was an idiot and double booked myself. But the conversation was fantastic. We had an amazing turnout on the crowd tonight. I can't believe we're coming up on 4 hours. It just flew by. Thank everybody tonight. Thank you guys for
bringing me on this journey. This is I'm the zero talent hack that just gets to tag along with you. I'm not a weapons expert. I'm not a medical expert. I don't have any real talent other than, being a good friend, I guess. But it's been a blast being part of this, and for the fans to have accepted me as somebody worth listening to for 4 damn hours. I appreciate that. God bless you guys.
Bro, you got more knowledge than most. No, don't even say that, man. I mean, if you weren't part, if I didn't have you tonight, I'd be lost if you weren't on the show tonight. I'd be like, I'd be totally lost. So don't even say that. No, man.
Well, that's how
you
I
have
feel
you
anyway.
got the medical part.
when we started coming up with the idea for the show, like I said, D and I are close friends. He's my brother from another mother, and we had many a day sitting at my table, usually after a game of Cards Against Humanity or something, just drinking whiskey and talking. And it's funny how little bits and pieces of some of those little half inebriated conversations turned into something, and became part of this universe. I mean, that's so amazing.
Oh, look what you
A
did.
big chunk of Codename Rock Hunt was created at your dining room table.
Seriously. Yeah.
Look what you did.
We conjured a drink. Dee and I have similar taste in alcohol. We're both kind of fans of Irish whiskey. And we were sitting there, talking about stuff, and we're like, what would happen if you used Irish whiskey to make a Manhattan? What would we call that? And we were like, we're going to call it a South Boston. And we started using Bushmills Irish whiskey because Bushmills is in DA's Ragnarok series. Again, we get no compensation for any of these distilleries, but Bushmills is in there. And,
hint, if anybody wants to sponsor. Yeah.
So, South Boston's, are served at Steve's Pub and Grub, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I introduced DA to Dalmore Scotch, which is now, was it Clark's favorite?
It's mine too.
Well, but I mean, in the book series, it's Clark's favorite.
That's
whose is it?
Sergeant Major, Command Sergeant Major. God dang it, what's his name?
Hammond.
Yeah, Hammond. Command Sergeant Major Hammond. The only thing he'll drink is Dalmore.
Yep. And so it's kind of funny how, like I said, the some of the first little flashes of light of this universe, were formulated over a good drink and good friends. And
I've bounced a lot of ideas off of you too.
It kind of expanded out to our bigger world now. The 100 or so people that are out here now.
Can you imagine if you did open up a bar right out of Lindenwood, named Steve's Pub? Seriously, can you imagine? It would be packed.
It'd be awesome.
Packed.
Yep. Well, it's funny. People who've watched the show for a while may notice that
just
usually
I'm drinking all the stuff on the walls.
And
I've got a Wendigo skull mask up on the wall in here that I could put in the bar.
Funny. Well, in honor of the show, I usually have a little measure of whiskey during the show because, what else would Steve be doing?
Exactly. But again, folks, thank you guys so much. We are coming up on the 4-hour mark. Thank you, everybody involved tonight. Shane, brother, thank you for coming on. You had a lot of great information. Well, really enjoyed chatting with you. It's these open exchanges of ideas that's going to make the cryptid world a great place to be. We need to see more exchanges of ideas and less infighting, because there's a lot of that happens in the cryptid world. People get jealous, or people want to be the one that brings in the information, brings it and makes the discovery. I don't want any of that. I just want to share information with everybody, share our experiences, and hear the accounts from other people. I'm going to continue to do my research my way, and we have made some wonderful friends along the way, and I look forward to making a lot more. If you guys have not got your ticket yet, remember, on August 13th, we are going to be here, the first annual Dogman Cryptid Conference in Paris, Tennessee. The guest speakers actually, there's a few more on there now that have been added. But it's going to be in Paris, Tennessee. You can get your tickets. You can find the link through my Facebook page. I don't have a link handy. But if you haven't had a chance to get your tickets yet, you might want to get them, because they're going pretty quick. And August 13th is coming up pretty fast. I'll be there with a bunch of books and hoping to meet a lot of you guys, and hopefully see a lot of you folks put a face to names. Definitely hope to see you guys there. Maybe we can toss back a beer and talk Bigfoot, which to me would be a hoot and a half. So, you guys, thank you again. Everybody involved tonight, thank you again. Congratulations to our winners. I now have all 3 emails. I've already returned challenge, and I'll get the other 2 out here in just a minute. Congratulations on those. Thank you to everybody that's been part of this. And something I've said, and something I put on my websites, stories are journeys that we take together. And I want to thank each and every one of you for taking that journey with us, because we've come a long way. 10 years ago this year was the release of my first book, and I've got almost 26 books out now. a long way in 10 years, and I cannot wait to see where the next 10 years takes us. So thank you guys. Thank you guys. We would not be here where we are without all of you, without the people that have enjoyed the books, that enjoyed the podcasts, the friends we've made along the way. Thank you so much because you're the ones that got us here. And I look forward to seeing as the word continues to get out, hopefully maybe a Netflix series or something like that. Wink, wink. If anybody knows any execs over at Netflix or HBO, or I'm not picky, even Amazon.
Well, let's see what happens with Jesus too. You never know.
But definitely keep our fingers crossed. But thank you guys so much. We've got some great guests coming up for you here in the near future. Watch for us on Wednesday night. We'll be back. Our regular cast of miscreants. And thank you guys again for being here. Again, stories are journeys we take together. And thank you guys so much for taking this journey with us. And I'm grateful for each and every one of you. Thank you guys for being here. Hope you guys have a wonderful weekend, what's left of it. And we will see you guys on Wednesday night. Good night, everybody.
Thanks again, guys.
Good night.
Thank you for joining us. Catch us again Wednesdays and Saturdays on DAX Machina. A special thanks to all our channel members and Patreon supporters. Please make sure to like, share, and subscribe.
Oh, there he is.